A meeting to order here this morning, and our first case on our agenda is Stairs Valley High Farms, and it is case number 6414. Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6414, a request for conditional use for a farm alcohol producer with banquet facilities and variances for paving the drive and distance requirements. The site is located at 1742 Hughes Shop Road, Westminster, Maryland, on Property Zone A, Agricultural District and Election District 7. By Stairs Valley High Farms, LLC, in care of Randy Stair, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.070E1AA and 158.078. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, September 21st, 2022, at 9:15 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Site minutes. A response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris Permits and Inspections. The existing buildings will require change of use permits. The site shall be in compliance with the Maryland Accessibility Code. There is a response from Laura Mateus, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A pre-submittal conference has been held already with Development Review. A plan shall be processed in accordance with Chapter 155. There is a September 15th, 2022 memo from Abigail Rogers, Planning Technician. She states the staff finding is that, she states that the above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan and other functional plans. The staff finding is that this request is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Comprehensive Plan as amended in 2019 and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. There's a September 15th, 2022 letter from Linda D. Eisenberg, Secretary to the Planning Commission, to the Board. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented to in the application, the relevant portions of the plan, and in accordance with the provisions set forth in the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. Hearing notice was published in the paper September 5th, 2022. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in ag preservation. This office has no comment at this time. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Jay Voigt, Zoning Administrator. Winery and event venue is a conditional use request for BZA approval. If BZA approved, it gives them a site plan, has to be submitted for the review of development review. Within 6 months, there needs to be it needs to be in compliance with Section 158.070E1AA. And it must also comply with Section 155 of the code. Hearing notice was posted on August 26, 2022 by Zoning Inspector Scott Robinson. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. See attached. May need to address stormwater management. Then there's the application for conditional use for farm alcohol production and variances for driveway, paving, and distance. It includes something from Richard S. Krebs, professional land surveyor. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do we have a motion to enter the file into evidence?
So moved. Seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to enter the file into evidence. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We will enter the file into evidence. Before we get started, make sure you've got your electronic devices turned to vibrate or silent. If you haven't signed in on the clipboard on the side, make sure that you've done that for this case. Mr. Stair, you can come to any one of the tables there, and as you do that, before you sit down, I'll go ahead and have you take the oath.
Mr. Krebs is with me, he's my site engineer.
Okay, so Mr. Krebs, you can come forward also. So if you're going to testify here, which will be both of you guys, I'll wait for Mr. Krebs there to sign in. Okay, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. You can have a seat, gentlemen. So, Mr. Stair, our normal procedure is that the applicant, that would be you, goes ahead and presents their case as to what the request is, and why it's needed, and what your plans are, what your actual plans are out there at Hughes Shop Road. And then after your testimony, the board members, since there's no one in the audience, the board members can ask you questions of your testimony, and then you have the opportunity, if you want Mr. Krebs to talk, to let him speak to the project, and then you'll have summation comments, and then we'll rule on the case.
Excellent. All right, well, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Randy Stair. I represent the Stair Valley High Farms. We're a family farm. I always tell everybody I'm probably related to you in some fashion. If you've been here, our ancestors have been here for over 300 years, and we're very happy to move this project forward. The farm that we're looking at is a farm that my father bought in 1950. And he raised premium beef, and he tried to raise corn and soybeans, and the ground there is so poor. My father he spent more in fertilizer than he did in the actual stuff because the ground is horribly bad. So it turns out that he passed away some time ago. Our mother just recently passed away, and before she passed away, we talked to her about this project about going into a vineyard business. And first to start out as a vineyard. And the problem with a vineyard is that you can't grow everything in Maryland. Maryland has a lot of issues, but there's certain things you can grow. So we got hooked into this because we looked for an alternative crop to use to keep the farm going. It's my sister and my brother left, and we have all these kids and grandkids, and our goal is to keep the farm in agriculture for as long as possible. It can be subdivided and sold into a lot of lots because we have 16 deeds, and we have other parcels associated to that particular farm. That's just the farm I'm talking about is just one farm. We don't want that to happen. So our goal is to come up with a crop strategy that'll keep us solvent for quite some time. Right now we board horses, but that comes and goes, and so this is what we looked into. I contacted the Maryland Extension folks, and I got in contact with the Maryland grape viticulturist, Joe Fiola. He came out and he did a site inspection, and he was skeptical at first until he saw the soil was so bad. It turns out grapes love bad soil. The worse the soil, the better they like it. I got quartz sticking out of the ground. I got limestone sticking out. It looks like a battlefield, right? And he's like, my God, you got a stone. And it's very dry. It's very dry, and we're at an incredibly good altitude. You know, geologically, we're sitting in an old mountain that got torn down by the glacier movements. So that stone literally we're sitting on a big pile of stone. And but we're sitting at 820 feet, which is insanely good for growing grapes. The other thing is the sun arc there is awesome during the summer. It literally passes over the entire area that I have the grapes growing. So he was also excited because Balker's Orchard's right there beside us. My father and Ed Balker go way, way back. They were quite friends for some time, and Ed put his peaches behind our place. And so if you can grow peaches, it turns out you can grow just about any grape, which was a real big factor. We had no idea until the grape guy looked at it. So we planted a bunch of grapes on our test plot, and I put in a lot of different varieties, and they all grew. They all grew like crazy. The following year, I put in a large section of Merlot, a large section of Chardonnay, and a smaller section of Pinot Gris, and they grew, and they're still growing. They won't be ready till next year. But the intent for the big areas, Merlot and the Chardonnay, and maybe the Pinot Gris, to sell them off to commercial vineyards, right? That's what my goal really was. I really didn't want to open a winery. I didn't want to deal with all that. But it turns out this is the reality. I can sell grapes for about $1 to $2 a pound. A bottle of wine is $20, period. And the markup's about 400% for those of you who care, right? I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of money you can make off of selling some wine. You don't have to sell a lot of wine, you just have to sell some wine, and that really increases your profits. Then the venue piece is another piece that we learned when we dealt with this throughout the state, because I've been going to meetings for 3 years now dealing with this. And a lot of wineries will have some type of venue space available. We looked at using the barn. I hate using that barn. My father loved that barn, right? That barn was built in the early 1800s, and it was built from components of other barns from the 1700s. It's post and beam construction. And the last thing I need is somebody dropping a cigarette in my barn, right? So we're really awkward about using the barn. So in talking to Jay, Jay's like, well, dude, use the corn crib. They built the corn crib in the 50s, and it actually is almost like a pavilion, right? So we're looking at opening up the one side and putting a ramp up there for disability access. And then the farmhouse, we knew Mom was sick and Mom was going to pass away at some point, and she passed away last year, and we figured at that point we would start looking into the winery business and maybe use that as the tasting room area. The porch that's covered that comes in, and then maybe the little bit of the kitchen area is a tasting room. So we've looked into that. We've talked to the Maryland Winery Association. They're excited about the project. The Maryland grape growers love us because we're out selling grapes. I sold some this year, some of my test plot. I was amazed. I actually sold grapes. And we've been playing with making wine because we don't have a winery license yet. I'm doing it for private use. And it's actually turning out really well, which is amazing because we don't know what we're doing. So we got hooked up with a guy from Mazeroff Winery, Gary Cohen, and he's an excellent winemaker, and he's got a small business. And these small wineries are really kind of a neat thing. And in Carroll County, there's a few small wineries. There's a big winery. We're on the line of the small wineries. Our goal is to sell maybe, if I can make 500 to 1,000 bottles a year, I'm doing something for the amount of stuff that I have available. And if I can use the venue space for a couple times here and there, it's going to help pay the bills. And that's what we're looking at. And that's what the model really is, along with keeping our other agricultural programs in place. That's what I'm doing. So that's how we got into it. That's what the research we did. We feel we're pretty much compliant with everything. I don't see a whole lot of issues. Richard, we did the site plan. We think our site plan's reasonable, and that's what I have for you.
Okay. Board members, any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. Also, when I'm out on the site visit to look at it, that's just gorgeous. Shows pride of ownership. It's a beautiful place.
It's going to be unbelievable Mom, there's pine trees there that we all hate because she planted these dirty pine trees and she loves them, right? And I hate to take them down, but when we take them down and we re-landscape the place, it's going to be beautiful. But I can't do that until later on. So.
Okay. The only concern I would have would be for the future. I noticed on the site plan that your family members own the adjacent lots and so on.
Yep.
What happens when they sell?
So it's interesting, and that's a discussion we've had, right? And so we're all in process. We use Weiss Miller as our attorneys for our land stuff, and we're all in the process of putting everything into trust, right? We did that with Mom. What saved that farm? Unfortunately, I have an older brother who's passed away. He was a realtor and would have sold the place in 5 seconds, right? And Mom realized it, and she put it in trust, and that's what saved us. And his children and all of our children want to keep the place. So we're looking at taking our personal properties and putting them in trust as well. So we keep it for as long as we can. Now, in my deed, and in all the deeds, the right-of-ways all have use and access by the farm. When Dad did the original deeds, he set it up so all of our roads, all of our driveways, the farm still has access to, because he wasn't going to cut himself off. So our goal is to put everything in trust. The deeds already stipulate that the farm always has access through those right-of-ways, and I think we're pretty safe in that respect.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any questions? Okay, 16 deeds on that
Yeah.
farm?
Yeah, now that includes, we bought a Kuntz farm, and Dad inherited another piece of property, and so there's all these other pieces of the farm way behind on the other side that you don't see. What you're seeing is
16 deeds, that's,
Yeah.
the lot yield on that would be, you
unbelievable.
could have a subdivision there with
Yeah.
16 deeds.
Yeah, but we won't do it.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
gonna be somebody other than me. Yeah. I refuse to do it. And I tell you what, the good thing is, all of my kids, all Dave and Sandy's kids are ate up with it. We only have one that hasn't been active in doing the grapes, and she's a teacher, and she's just got remarried, and her husband wants to do it. So we actually expect her to get more involved this coming year. I think she was kind of scared with her time, but we've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 kids running around, and they are all out there. As a matter of fact, Sandy's son Justin has become the winemaker. Of course, we got to keep him from drinking it. That's the problem. Justin, I got to keep an eye on him. But the reality is, he's actually really gotten into it. And then David's one daughter wants to do it, and so we have our own internal winemakers. But they have all rose to the challenge. We are very proud of them, because we didn't know if that was going to take, but they've come through. So we're pretty happy.
Okay, now, and you didn't address this, so I'm gonna ask the question.
Sure.
So your wedding venue component will be on the other side of the road from where the
Right.
house and the barn is.
Right.
Would you have any objection to us putting a limit of 12 events
No.
per year and a 10 o'clock cutoff time for music?
No issue at all. As a matter of fact, and talking to Jay, I had meetings with Jay a couple times, and yeah, we don't want more than 12. It helps me to tell the people I can only do 12, because if you notice, my house is on one side and Sandy's is on the other, right? And we're okay using it. We expect this to be a daylight thing, and we experience the open air noise issues that everybody else has, so we understand that. And we don't want to go past dark, right? We don't want anyone on that farm after dark, right? You know, we're a small vineyard winery operation. if
So
that's
you
what
wouldn't
it-
be opposed to 10?
No.
We've imposed that on a lot of wedding venues, 10 o'clock and 12. After 12 events, with the health department, you get into other
Yep.
issues. So that's
Yep.
one of the benchmarks that we have used. So I just wanted to ask
No.
you if you were,
We welcome that. As a matter of fact, my belief is
Members of-
that's the right way to go.
and what, the venue size, what do you anticipate?
The size, I'm sorry.
The number of people that would be attending, 150, 200?
Yeah, I think when we did the site plan, we put enough vehicles in for like 60 vehicles, which puts us somewhere in the neighborhood of 75 to maybe 120, 140 people, right?
So
If it even
150
gets-
would be acceptable?
150 would be more than acceptable. I don't think we'd ever get everyone. As a matter of fact, and so I'm a life member at Pleasant Valley, right? And I've grown up there. Mike Stewart is one of my mentors. I love Michael to death. He just recently redid the social hall at the Valley, and it's gorgeous. If you haven't seen the social hall at Pleasant Valley, if you have an event, you're crazy if you don't go there and have the event. It is absolutely gorgeous. He's done an incredible job. My plan is, if you want to get married here, that's great. If you want to have your reception here, that's fine. We'll make that work, because we only rent the space. That's how the vineyards do it. But do yourself a favor, have the wedding here, and go to Pleasant Valley and have the reception, right? That's what we think is the right. Now, I know people are going to tell me, well, do we want to have it all here? We know that. But I think there's going to be a few people who will probably go the other way. I know I would. I can see the beauty of the vineyard. We see the mountains. We have a really nice view from back there. You know, it's gorgeous out across the farm. But I think if you want to hold a reception, in my own personal view, you would hold it in a facility where there's a real bathroom and real facilities and things like that. But hey, if you want to put a tent up in our yard and have at it, knock yourself out, just be out here by dark. Be out here at dark and don't make any noise, because we don't want to hear it. So that's where we're at.
Any other questions of Mr. Stair?
I'm sorry, this is probably in the file. How many acres is it?
So the vineyard right now, you want the acreage of the farm or the vineyard itself?
Probably just the vineyard. How
So right now, I have 5 acres in, right? And if you look on the site plan, you'll see those areas marked. Those areas are, that area where the Merlot and the Chardonnay is right behind my sister's house is probably one of the best plots in Maryland to grow grapes. It's unbelievable. It's at 825. It gets sun the entire time. And the grapes that are coming off there as babies are unbelievable. The grape quality is just insane. In front of our houses, we're putting in another 3 acres, roughly 3-4 acres out there. I got to work through a waterway issue. I have grapes coming in next year to put in front of her house. I have about 1,100 vines coming in. And so the front will also be vines. So when you're at the wedding venue, which I call it that, even though it could be parties as well, when you look out to the west, you see the farm, you'll have grapes in front of you, you'll have the mountains behind it, and the orchard in between, right? So it's a really nice space. Then when you look the other way, there's grapes on each side of you going back, and we have a real wide swath there because we have to get equipment back into the back of the farm. That's why we keep that space open. And it's scenic. I mean, it's really nice, and it's beautiful in the spring and the summer. I mean, it really is. In the fall, this fall, it'll be just off the hook with the leaves. So, but again, we don't want to do more than 12. It sounds crazy, but we want to use it, but we don't want to kill ourselves, if that makes sense, right?
I have a strange question, probably more for Melvin. We had family photos taken, and the lady rents the facility to be able to take her photographs. Is that considered an event? Not to muddy the waters, but it's a really nice thing to have on
That
your
would be a J
farm.
question.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
You may
So-
not want to do that, but it was just
Yeah.
a really nice side thing that you don't have to do anything. The photographer came there, she has the season, and she pays you a fee for it. But I didn't know if that would be considered an event.
That's a J question.
Yeah,
He's-
I think Jay and I beat that around one day, and I said, what's the difference? I understand the event being the event, and that requires, them to acquire insurance and any alcohol use. Wine they can have, because if I get a winery license, which is the next step after this, then they can have wine, but they can't have other alcohol without their own permits. I can see that I can see those things as events. However, the winery itself, right, is on the other side of the road. And we've actually, the Maryland Winery Association, Kevin Addix is the president, and he come out, and him and his assistant come out, Lana, and they're like, dude, break this apart. Keep the venue stuff away from the actual winery, right? Let the winery be the winery. Don't let people over here in your yard unless they're going to. So we consider the event space only as that space. I don't know that it would be an event to have that service. It's more of a service than an event, right? And I think like with the winery itself, the question becomes, if you wanted to use a pavilion, is that an event? Well, no, I think you're reserving a pavilion. You're not having an event per se, because they're not doing anything different than just using it to drink wine or have food or whatever we would normally function as a winery.
We were literally there 30 minutes. She
Wow.
used nothing. She just took our pictures and used the scenery of the farm, and that was it.
Wow.
So there was no alcohol, there was no drinks, there was
Right.
nothing, so I was
Yeah.
just curious.
Yeah, it's a good question. So I don't go to wineries. I have to start because I have to look at the business and see I'm more in the grape business.
Yeah.
But I don't drink wine that much. I can drink it. I can tell you what it is. I've learned over the last several years. It's more of a business thing for me than an enjoyment, right? But there are so many things going on at these wineries. I don't get it, right? I don't understand. Maybe because I live there and I see it every day, right? There's some grapes, there's a mountain, okay. But these people do all kinds of crazy stuff, and they go to all kinds of lengths to do things. I don't see so on the winery end, I don't see us having more than maybe 30, 40 people there a day, because we're not set up like some of these folks that are really operating essentially bars, if you will. We're operating a winery. I want you to be able to come there and taste the wine, sit around, drink the wine. if you want to have a picnic, knock yourself out, right? I don't have a problem with kids because I think it's a farm. I think we keep that farm thing going, right? It's alcohol, there's alcohol involved, and that's just, like, always a concern with kids. Some wineries won't let kids in, but a lot of them do. And I think there's something there if you're going to have picnics and stuff like that for people, that you have to have something in place. We want it to be very low-key, very nice, if you will. So-
Any other questions of Mr. Stair? Okay, Mr. Krebs,
Yes, sir.
you have anything to add?
Not really, Dave,
Randy,
yeah.
sorry, we look alike.
Yeah, he does. I used to work with his brother Dave, so pretty much covered everything. I mean, as far as the site distance and all, we got that covered on the site plan. I think that's about it, ain't it? Yeah.
Can I ask you all a question? You all saw the farm quilt, the barn quilt. What'd you think of the barn quilt?
We did see that, so yeah.
Did you like that?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Right. So here's the problem. Younger people don't like it. Anyone over 40 loves it. So all our kids are like, "Oh, it's horrible." Everyone over 40 loves that barn. We get calls, we get emails about this barn quilt. Right. We get people stopping us about the barn quilt. They love it. I think it's beautiful. I think it's really nice. But yeah, if you're young, you don't like it, evidently. I thought I'd ask. So.
Go ahead.
Mr. Krebs, are you able to address the variances that are required?
As far as the setbacks, you mean for the buildings and stuff?
Yeah, I think the file indicates that there's 2 or 3 variances that are required. Okay, a variance for an existing farm roadway between the 2 existing paved driveways and parking spaces assigned to banquet and meeting space to remain grass covered. Variance for the 200-foot distance requirement for the banquet and meeting space tent from the owner's residence of parcels 575 and 556. And a variance for the backyard setback of 40 foot for the existing corn crib to be converted to a wine tasting venue.
Yeah, I mean, we can send in information to request a variance for that. Like I was saying, as far as the 200 feet, it's Randy's house and his sister Sandy, so.
So the variances are from family?
Yes.
Yes, it's from
they're all-
family
They're all
owned.
family owned.
And as far as the corn crib, like I was saying, that's, like Randy said, that's been there since,
So that's an existing,
that's existing,
that's
been
an
there,
existing, so
yes.
it would be, would it be, in your opinion, a hardship to move that corn crib as opposed to using it as existing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the other variance, the lane, we put that in after we had our meeting with the county, the development people, because it's not all paved. And they felt we should ask for a variance because some of it is grass.
Right.
The limited number of uses they felt would be fine.
So that also would be a hardship if you had to pave that
Oh,
entire
yeah.
railway?
Yeah, it would
Okay,
be a
so-
nightmare, yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's supposed to be like a 12-foot wide drive, and I think yours is what, 10?
Yeah.
So that's the reason we had to park in the grass, and we got plenty of spots, so.
Okay.
And it's flat, so it ain't like it's, it ain't like it's 10% sloped where people get stuck, so even if it gets a little wet, it should be fine.
Another question?
We need to address the last one, the variance for the 200-foot distance requirement for the banquet meeting space tent.
So that's between that's my house,
That's a variance on his house and his
sister's house.
Do they still have to demonstrate a hardship, even though it's related parties?
No, we can just grant that,
Okay, I just didn't want to miss covering that.
yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Krebs?
Yep, I think it's it.
Okay. Presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Mr. Stair, any summation comments?
I just appreciate you all taking the time to meet with us. I think that, again, this is something that you're going to probably see more of. Although I know it's been a while since a winery's approached you guys. I think Jay told me it was like 8 years, 10 years or something like that. There haven't been any development of them in Maryland in Carroll County because, first of all, they didn't have that law when they built that law, that made it a lot easier for me to work through, so I appreciate whoever built the law, because I can work within that, but before that, they didn't have it, so that really held them back. But yeah, I appreciate the fact that we can get this up and running, because it helps preserve the farm, and that's what our goal really is. It's all about keeping the farm. It's not about making a whole bunch of money, although it's nice.
Okay, thank you. The hearing and record of this case is now closed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland. The board will now consider the case. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first if you like.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your testimony this morning and for answering our questions. You've been very thorough in that respect. You know, as I said earlier, you know, looking at the property in a site visit, obviously pride of ownership is paramount to you. I love the fact that you're preserving your farm, and you're telling us, you know, that you need to do this to survive and to keep the farm as it is. So, I think that's, you're doing a great thing. You're doing
you.
something that's gonna be really enjoyable for everybody, and you're gonna be, you know, keeping yourself solvent, which is important. You've addressed the variances, you know, they affect your immediate family. As you said, you're putting the property into a trust, which will preserve it for a considerable period of time. I think it's like 20 years or something for a land trust, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it depends on how we set it up, but it'll be,
Depends on how you set it
It's
up.
not a land trust, it's a.
It'll be a-
irrevocable.
yeah, it'll be a revocable trust, right?
Oh, okay, fine, all
Yeah,
right,
right.
even better.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't, that's what I got out of it.
Yeah,
so-
that's exactly right. That's what we're
even
doing,
better.
yeah.
So, I don't have any issues with the variances that have been requested. In fact, I think it's a great idea. I
Thank
love it.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed hearing it. Excellent job. There's no opposition sitting here this morning. Maybe that's just a function of being surrounded by family property and
That kind of
Balkers.
helps, yeah, kind of helps.
But I don't really have anything to add to Mr. Caldwell's statement. I think this is gonna be an excellent use of the site.
Thank you.
And I'm ready to vote in favor of it.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing everybody.
Ms.
Agreed,
Ford,
I'm
ma'am.
the same. I vote for it. I'm excited to have it in Carroll County, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Simmons?
I have nothing to add, just thank you for your presentation and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, a couple of things, just for the record here. Number one, the variances are from family-owned properties, so that doesn't seem to be an issue. As far as the 200-foot setback, the variances that are required over on the winery side, there's use of existing buildings and driveways, and a stoned area instead of a paved area. And I can see with a small winery like this, the request to have additional paving would be a hardship on you. So I just wanted to get that out in the open. The other thing is I want to make the board members cognizant of, we've got two moving parts here. We've got the winery on one side of the road and we have the event venue on the other. So when we make our motion, I asked Mr. Stair about the number of events and the time and the cutoff time. That's limited to, let's make sure that is limited to the event venue and not the winery. We don't want to restrict the foot traffic on the winery.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion. Does anybody have a motion?
Yeah, I can do one.
Okay.
Okay, in case number 6414 before the Board of Zoning Appeals, the board approves a conditional use for farm alcohol production with banquet facilities and variances permitted. With respect to the banquet facilities only, the limit will be 12 events per year, 150 people maximum, and music ending at 10 p.m.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a second on the motion? Mr.
Second.
Simmons seconds the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Did we cover all the bases, Mr. Dixon?
I think so.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you all so much.
We're going to call the BZA meeting to order here this morning, and we have before us Brown and Brown Companies LLC, and it's case number 6413. Mr. Dixon, could you introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6413, a request for conditional use for rental of vehicles and goods with primarily outdoor equipment storage. The site is located at 2007 Liberty Road, Sykesville, Maryland, on property zone C2, Commercial Medium Intensity District and Election District 5. By Brown and Brown Companies LLC, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Sections 158.078 and 158.082A11. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, September 21st, 2022 at 10:15 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. A September 15th, 2022 revised memo from Department of Planning, Abigail Rogers, Planning Technician. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan and other functional plans. The staff finding is that this request is consistent with the 2018 Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. There are site minutes. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, permits and inspections. A change of use permit shall be obtained. The site shall comply with the Maryland Accessibility Code. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Laura Matthias, Bureau Chief Development Review. A site plan shall be processed in accordance with Chapter 155. There's a September 15th, 2022 letter from Linda D. Eisenberg, Secretary to the Planning Commission, to the Board. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the plan, and in accordance with the provisions set forth in the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a September 16th, 2022 letter from Stephanie R. Brophy to the Board. And there's a plan from RTF Associates, Land Surveyors and Planning. There's a September 5th, 2022 notice of public hearing for this case. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This is not in ag preservation. This office has no comment at this time. Response to Joe Vance's request from Jay Voigt, Zoning Administrator. The proposed use is a conditional use in the C2 zoning district, C2 zoning district. There's a response to Joe Vance's request from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief Resource Management. Property is located in a surface water protection area. Address requirements for hazardous and regulated substances. There is a response from Scott Newell of State Highway Administration. MDOT SHA has no comments on the proposed use of the existing site. There is a notice of public hearing for this case posted August 24, 22 by Zoning Inspector Scott Robinson. Joe Vance sent an August 22nd, 2022 memo out to various state and local agencies. Then there is the application. There is a August 11th, 2022 letter from Stephanie R. Brophy to the Board with the application. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do we have a,
So moved.
Seconded.
okay, it's been moved and seconded to enter the file into evidence. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We'll move the file into evidence. Before we get started, is there a sign-up sheet?
Oh, here it is. I forgot to put it out.
So before you leave, make sure that you sign the sign-up sheet there on the clipboard where Mr. Dixon's putting it. The other thing is, make sure that your electronic devices are turned off or silenced. And when you leave, make sure that you leave the same entrance that you came in and turned your badges in, so at the end of the business day, they're not trying to locate you. If you're going to testify here today, could you go ahead and stand and take the oath? If you plan on testifying. Okay, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good. You can be seated. Okay, let me explain the procedure we're going to use here today, as we always use at BZA. The applicant will have the opportunity, and I see they're represented by counsel, to go ahead and put their case on. After every witness, anyone from the audience and then eventually the board members can ask questions of their testimony, and only of their testimony. Then after the applicant has presented their case, there will be an opportunity for you to give your own testimony, anyone that's sitting in the audience that wasn't called by the applicant as a witness. You'll have the opportunity to give your testimony at that point. So remember, after the applicant's testimony, ask questions of their testimony and only of their testimony. It needs to be in the form of a question. And before you go to the microphone, please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name. Okay? Ms. Brophy.
Mr. Chair, before we commence, good morning, and it's very great to be before you and the board and Mr. Dixon today. And I had one question. I did not intend to call every person in this room. There is the chance, however, that I would want to call a rebuttal witness. Would you?
And that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if it please the chair, I'll present the case sitting down from here.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, we want every word recorded, so please stay in close proximity to the microphone.
Of course. Well, good morning. Stephanie R. Brophy, Delaney, Leahy, Curtis, and Brophy, Brophy. I represent the applicant, Brown & Brown Companies, LLC. This LLC has two members, a father and son. The son is here with me today, Thomas Brown Jr. His father's Thomas Brown Sr. He was unable to be with us today. He wanted to be. They're the contract purchaser. Their title owner, Carol Trombetta, is with us today. Ms. Trombetta is behind me, in case there's any questions for her. And so, as Mr. Dixon stated, currently 2007 Liberty Road is a commercial property. It has a Harvest Inn on it, and it also has a coffee shop. And the proposed use would be for the rental of vehicle and goods with primarily outdoor storage equipment. And today, through the testimony, you'll see what they do is they have equipment like trailers and skid steers that's stored outside, and homeowners or contractors come and rent it. I believe through the testimony and evidence will show it's a very low-intensity use. It certainly fits within the commercial medium-density C2 zone. It's a conditional use, so of course it's subject to your approval, which indicates that when they made the ordinance, they said this use is something we want to have more scrutiny. And we understand and know that. I don't think there's anything that we're going to find today that would say that this use at this location is somehow uniquely, inherently adverse versus anywhere else in the zone, right? Schultz v. Pritz. So first we look at your ordinance, and then we look at Schultz v. Pritz. So without further ado, I would say I will call my first witness unless somebody else has, opening statements.
Go ahead, you can call your first witness.
I'll call my first witness. This is Mr. Thomas Brown Jr. Mr. Brown, will you please state your name for the record?
Thomas Brown Jr.
And what is your relationship to the applicant Brown & Brown Companies, LLC?
I'm a member of the LLC.
Okay, and are you authorized to act on behalf of the LLC in these proceedings?
Yes.
Are there any other members of the LLC?
My father, Thomas Brown Sr.
Okay. And is Brown and Brown Companies LLC the contract purchaser for 2007 Liberty Road?
Yes.
Okay. And so we're here today on the company's application for a conditional use approval for rental of vehicles and goods with primarily outdoor equipment storage at the property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the nature of the business that would be conducted at the property?
We'll be renting to the general public and contractors, skid steers, generators, lawn equipment, similar stuff like that. You would see like Ben's Rental and Sunbelt.
Okay. And does everything you rent or possibly sell have a gross weight of less than 10,000 pounds?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Are the majority of your rental and sales made over the phone?
Yes, the majority, everyone calls in over the phone. We have occasional walk-ins, but most everyone reserves over the phone.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 1 and ask if you can identify this.
Yes, this is the simplified plan from RTF, John Lemmerman.
Okay. And does this show that your proposed use at the property?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes. Okay, and we'll accept that into evidence.
Okay. So, what's your title of the business?
Vice President of Operations and Sales.
Okay, and what would your normal hours of operation be?
Currently, we're Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 5, closed weekends and holidays. On occasion, we might have to operate outside that for emergencies, but that's our standard operating hours.
Okay. And how many employees do you expect to have on site?
At this location, 2 to 3.
Okay. And approximately how many customers do you expect to receive daily in person?
Depending on the season, anywhere from 5 to 10. So spring and summer a little bit more busier, winter's slow.
Okay. And do you deliver equipment?
We do.
And about how often do you deliver equipment?
On rare occasion, because most of our equipment's small, so homeowners pick it up maybe 2 to 4 times a week at the most.
Okay. And what types of trucks and trailers do you use to deliver equipment?
Pickup trucks, we have just a standard F-250, 350s with a trailer. Again, it's all small equipment, nothing big, so it'd just be a standard pickup truck.
And what do customers would they bring to this location to pick up the equipment?
For the small equipment like aerators and stuff, we pick up trucks. Some of the customers can tow with vans and trucks, SUVs. Contractors may come in on occasion with stake bodies, but nothing real large.
Okay, and between delivery of equipment and customers coming to pick up equipment, what would you approximate per week are the trips going in and out of the location?
Maybe an average of about 20.
Between rentals, between deliveries, and it didn't sound like there were very many, and customers picking it up, is there a lot of activity, or is it quiet? Would it be quiet at this location?
It would be quiet.
And the actual building there, we're familiar with this site, and the board has been to the site, and there's an existing building that has the Harvest, was the Harvest Inn property. What would you be using the building for?
So mainly we wanted the property for the outside for storage. We will be using the one coffee shop that they call it, and we'll be turning that into just a showroom where customers can come in to the rental counter, sign their paperwork. There might be some shelving in there with ancillary parts for sale, oils, gloves, but it would just be that one room and then an office to the side.
Okay. So included in the equipment that's rented there, do you occasionally sell trailers?
We do, yep. We offer everything for sale, but mainly rental.
And are you aware of what business previously operated at the property?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was Harvest Inn Restaurant and Bar?
Okay. And is a portion of that currently operating?
Yes.
Do you happen to drive by there regularly?
I do. I live local, so usually daily I drive by there.
And so approximately, when was the last time you drove by there?
The past weekend.
Okay. And did you see any cars parked there?
Yeah, the front parking lot's pretty full in breakfast. That's their main hours, and it's pretty full. Good
Okay.
business.
And were you raised in and around Sykesville?
Yes, my whole life.
Okay. And have you worked in and around Sykesville since at least 2009?
Yes.
So are you familiar with the general vicinity and the traffic levels at this proposed location?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And based on your familiarity of traffic flows in this location and your familiarity with your business, is it your opinion that the traffic from your business would be significantly less than the coffee shop or the prior restaurant and bar?
Yes, definitely.
And this location is accessed from Monroe Avenue, correct?
Yes, it is.
And do you see any possible negative aspect from exiting and accessing from Monroe Avenue?
No, actually, this would probably be better than our other locations. Got 2 entrances, and there's a red light there, so that people don't have to go across Liberty Road.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 2. Can you identify this?
Yep, it's a overview, like a Google Maps of the area in Harveston.
And for the record, is there a commercial property directly across that entrance?
Yep, there's a outdoor lawn and garden center who operates equipment like we rent directly across from us.
Okay. And are you familiar with this business?
Yes, that's a Dick's Garden Center.
Okay. And have you consulted with the owner?
Yes, we talked to him, and he rents stuff from us.
So has he indicated that he has any concern about your business operating out of that location?
No, not at all.
Okay. I'd like to submit Exhibit 2 into evidence.
And we'll accept that into evidence.
So on the Google Earth picture you just saw and identified as Exhibit 2, and as I'm sure the board saw at the site visit, is there a residential property that adjoins this property?
There is one, yes.
Okay, and do you have any reason to believe that you conducting this business at this location would have any adverse impact on that particular property owner or the ones nearby?
No, not at all. It's more of a quiet operation at this location. We'll be putting up a fence, and the current owners have talked to the property owner. We've tried to make contact, hasn't been home yet, but from what we've heard, no problems at all.
Since we've brought up the fence, I will skip ahead for a second, and I will ask you to identify what's been marked respectively as Exhibits 3 and 4. Can you identify this for us?
Yes, Exhibit 3 is a chain link fence with privacy slats. Exhibit 4 is like an iron picket fence.
Okay. And where will the privacy fence with the slats go?
So we'll be fencing in the area for the equipment and security. We plan on having the chain link fence facing the residents and the strip center next to us. To help with the residents behind us, we're going to put black privacy slats into the chain link fence for facing him, and then just regular chain link towards the mall, and then we'll use a decorative iron fencing facing Monroe and Liberty Road, and it'll be matching what's at 1830 right now.
Okay. I would like to submit Exhibits 3 and 4 into evidence. The first one is what would face the residents.
And we'll accept those into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is there a traffic light at the cross-section of Monroe Avenue and Liberty Road?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that conducting this business at this location would cause an appreciable increase in traffic?
No.
And do you have any reason to believe that conducting this business at this location would cause dangerous traffic conditions?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the surrounding businesses
Yes, I
and the
am.
neighborhoods?
Yes.
Are you aware of anything about this business that would jeopardize the lives or property of people living in the neighborhoods or nearby businesses?
Definitely not, no.
And are you aware of anything that would adversely affect the public health, safety, security, morals, or general welfare by conducting this business at 2007 Liberty Road?
No.
Okay. How would you describe the noise level of your business?
It's going to be very quiet. We don't do any of the operations testing at this location. It'd be more just starting up, showing the customer how to operate it, and then moving the equipment back into its storage spot. But other than that, it'd be quiet.
So to what extent would you describe the business in relation to any odors, dust, gas, smoke, fumes, vibrations?
No vibrations, maybe occasional smoke with starting equipment up. No noises, but nothing, no dust.
Okay. And so, would you say that there's a public need for this business and that this would be a convenient location for the public to access your business?
Most definitely.
Okay. And so you said it earlier, but just to be clear, do you plan to fence the perimeter of this property?
Yes, we do.
And so you intend to use the decorative screening on the side of the chain link fence for that neighbor who directly adjoins the property?
Yes.
Okay. And also on the Google Earth Exhibit 2, and at the property, there's also a small row of trees between the location and the neighbor.
Yes, yep.
Okay. I do not believe I have any further questions for Mr. Brown.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Brown's testimony? Okay, board members, Ms. Ford Mount.
Mr. Brown, will you be doing the maintenance of the equipment there?
No, we will not. We currently own 1830, and the reason for moving this over is because we've just gotten so big and busy. And we've noticed that it's been tough going across Liberty Road with customers pulling in and out. So this location has a light, which is a lot better. So all of our in and out daily traffic is going to be conducted at this 2007. All of our maintenance, cleaning, everything is going to be conducted at our current location. Anything that needs to be cleaned, maintained, anything at all involves greasing or oils will be at 1830, where we have a closed system grease trap that was approved by the county. So there would be no environmental hazards.
Okay, thank you.
Anything?
So you indicated that you would use the coffee shop as like the rental place with a small office. What happens to the rest of the building?
That's a good question. So unfortunately, as you guys know, that area is very popular. So finding property has been hard for us. We've been doing it for 2 years. At one point, we were going to demolish the building, but just due to the demand and needing to get to storage, we bought the property for the outdoor storage. It's got just a little bit over an acre lot where it would fit all of our equipment. And so we're only going to be using the coffee shop because that's our main purpose, just for the showroom, the rental counter. We'll put maybe an office or two right behind the rental counter. But other than that, it's just going to sit there, maybe store some papers or something, but we won't be using anything.
But presumably, the exterior of the building would still be maintained.
Oh, yes, yep. We're not changing anything in the exterior. We'll put a new sign up. We'd have, if possibly, if this goes through Shannonbaum, it would do that, but it'll be maintained, very nice and neat and orderly.
Thank you.
Mr. Caldwell?
No questions.
Mr. Simmons? And the one question that I had was, you're going to maintain your existing location just a little bit further up Liberty Road?
Yes, so we have, if you're familiar, we have like a special events kitchen division and then the general rental. So since we've gotten so busy and outgrown our current property, we're kind of like split them. So like the general rental, the small equipment that we rent to the homeowners and contractors is going to be based out of 2007. All the maintenance, cleaning, anything that needs to be done is going to be out of our current location. And that still houses like the mobile kitchens and stuff like that. So there'll be no daily traffic going to that location once this is approved. If approved, everyone will be going there. So everything done, mechanics, all that stuff will be done at 1830.
Okay. I saw a hand go up in the back. It's a little out of order, but we'll allow you to go ahead and come to the microphone and make sure you state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name's John Serra, S-E-R-R-A. I own the Monroe Center that's right next to the Harvest Inn. So I wanted to just look at the fencing, what kind of fencing they were going to put up, and then my other question was about are they going to be putting storage containers out there? He didn't talk about that. He just talked about basically moving their business, their rental business, down to this location, but they have a lot of storage trailers, I don't even know, sea containers type stuff, and I just wanted to see are those going to be stacked up in the back? Just what they're going to do with that kind of stuff.
Okay, go ahead and answer, Mr.
Good question. So the sea containers are storage. If you look at them, they've been modified to have roll-up doors in the front. Since we outgrew our business, we use those containers to store the small equipment in them. Getting this other location, there would be no need for sea containers stacked or used at that location. I can't say that maybe one like 20-foot container might go there, but there's no need for that, and nothing long-term, so no.
And then can I look at the fencing, or is that,
Go ahead. Yeah. Ms. Brophy, you want to go ahead and pass that along?
This is the one he testified to would be by Liberty Road in Monroe, and this part is what would be residential.
so are we going along the,
We should
Long-
ask, Mr. Brown.
what's this? So are you like where my property is? I got like a road, you know, the side of the building,
Mhm.
and then you got your side there. This is the fence that's going along there. Is that
Correct, but with-
And then the back.
Yes, so yeah, but the one facing your property wouldn't have the privacy slats. It would just be the residence, and it would just be looking just like this.
Okay, and then this, so is all the storage gonna be from like the back of the building back, or are we gonna store all the way around the front or is that just,
So we'll have there's gonna be fenced, 3/4 of the property is gonna be fenced. There'll be some storage in the front and then along the side, facing that property, and some in the back. And then to the left of the building is all gonna be the parking. I don't know if you guys can you show them like the fence?
May I ask for exhibit one, the site
Wait.
plan?
I might have one.
so all people are gonna pull into the front of the store,
Mr. Brown,
park
we want
there.
to use the one at.
Oh, okay.
To the front of the store, where the front facade is, that's gonna be the main entrance.
Yes, yeah, so you'll see this is the fence going around, so this is all open, this is where customers are gonna park, and our main entrance is gonna be through the coffee shop, because that's what our plan we're using.
Wait a minute, show me, okay, so this is here.
That would be facing your property along this.
So these 8x28 trailer, these are just, they're not sea containers, right?
No, they're
They're
not,
just-
they're
okay.
just the kitchen modular trailers.
They can do that later.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's fine.
Mr. Sarah, in relation to I'm gonna call it the harvest stand, where is your property? Are you the residence on the backside, or
I'm the strip center, right, that runs.
are you the strip center that has the crab house and?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
very good. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Brophy. Okay, any other questions of Mr. Brown's testimony? Okay, Ms. Brophy, you want to call another witness?
I would like to call another witness. Should I have them sit?
Yes, that'd be
on this
fine.
side? Okay, Mr. Lemmerman? Oh, I should have, I will need exhibit one returned. All of his hard work, he has to take credit for it. Okay, Mr. Lemmerman, will you please state your name for the record?
Sure. It's John Lemmerman. I'm with RTF Associates, Land Surveyors and Planners, 142 East Main Street.
Okay. Are you a licensed land surveyor?
Yes, I am.
And who are you licensed by?
The state of Maryland.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Maryland Society of Surveyors and Maryland On-Site Wastewater Professionals.
And in what county do you perform the majority of your services?
The majority is in Carroll County.
Okay. As part of your services, do you prepare site plans for development?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what is involved in preparing a site plan?
Some preliminary research and land records and zoning codes and things like that. Some field work is involved for land surveying and mapping, and then processes and which creates the drawings and some design work accordingly.
And in the course of providing your services, do you familiarize yourself with the Carroll County Code and ordinances?
Yes.
And in the course of providing your services, do you consider traffic flows generally?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask that Mr. Lemmerman be qualified as an expert in land surveying, site plans, land use, and related matters.
And we will accept him as an expert witness in those fields.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, introduced during Mr. Brown's testimony. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is it?
It's a simplified site plan that we prepared that demonstrates the site, the existing features, and what is being proposed.
Okay, and did you have to visit the site in order to prepare this?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just please walk us through generally what the site plan shows with regards to the proposed use?
Sure. So the existing entrances are along Monroe Avenue, which has an area where customers can pull through along the building and drop off or pick up equipment, and then they can exit the other exit. There's some parking spaces that are shown, total of 12. There's two handicap, or a proposed handicap space, but it's being utilized as the existing space that's already there. Proposed fencing around the perimeter, and then there's some, based on the contract purchasers, I guess, preliminary design, it shows what's planned on as far as storage is concerned. There's stuff like chippers and grinders and skid steers in the front, some generators and pickup trucks on the east side, some trailers in the southeast side, and some container trailers in the back.
Okay. Are you familiar with the geographic area in which 2007 Liberty Road is located?
Yes.
And so are you comfortable that the proposed use as testified to by Mr. Brown and as showed on your site plan that you just explained can be operated at this property consistent with Carroll County ordinances?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So the site plan shows the property is located at the corner of Liberty Road and Monroe Avenue with the access points off of Monroe Avenue. Based on your familiarity with the area and traffic flow, do you foresee any issue with the proposed use and the access onto Monroe Avenue?
No, I do not.
And are you familiar with the traffic flows of different types of businesses? For example, here, which is applicable between what you might see at a restaurant and bar and coffee shop versus an equipment rental business?
Yes.
And would it be your opinion that the equipment rental business would have less and possibly significantly less traffic flow on a daily basis?
Based on the testimony and my experience, yes, it would be less.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that conducting the proposed business at this location would have an adverse impact on the commercial entity Dick's Landscape that's straight across on Monroe Avenue?
No, I don't believe so.
And do you have any reason to believe that conducting the proposed business at this location would cause an appreciable increase in traffic either on Monroe Avenue or Liberty Road?
No.
And do you have any reason to believe that conducting the business at this location would create dangerous traffic conditions?
No, I don't.
Okay, are you familiar generally with the surrounding area, the businesses and the neighborhood that adjoins the property?
Generally, yes.
Okay, are you aware of anything about conducting this business here that would jeopardize the lives of people living in the neighborhoods?
No.
Okay. And are you aware of anything that would adversely affect the public health, safety, security, morals, or general welfare of the people by conducting this business at this location?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with noise levels of different businesses?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Brown testified that the noise level of this business is low. Are you aware of anything to suggest that the noise level for this proposed business would be greater than his description of low?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. And are you aware of anything to suggest that operating this business would impact the property values of the adjoining area?
No.
And are you aware of anything, Mr. Brown testified that there may be low levels of smoke when you start up equipment or whatnot. Are you aware of anything about this type of business that would suggest that there would be significant odors, dust, gas, smoke, fumes, vibration, or glare?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And so we know that there is a residential property that adjoins this commercial property, and you heard Mr. Brown testify that they intend to use a fence with privacy slats on the residential side. And knowing that, are you aware of anything else about this proposed use that would negatively impact that property?
No.
Okay. And so you're aware that Carroll County Code, Section 158078, the purpose of the C2 district is to provide locations for a diverse range of medium-intensity retail, service, and professional offices needed by a larger population than those that are available in C1. So you already testified that the proposed use will not have an adverse effect upon adjoining and surrounding property owners. For argument's sake, if this proposed use did have any adverse impacts, is there anything to suggest that this would have a greater negative impact at this location versus any other location in the zone?
No.
Okay. Okay, so we're here today on a conditional use application for rental of vehicles and goods with primarily outdoor storage equipment. So that's a conditional use. In the C2 zone, there's principal permitted uses. So is a contractor's equipment storage yard a principal permitted use in the C2 zone?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is a planned commercial center a principal permitted use in the C2 zone?
Yes, it is.
And is a vehicle repair shop a principal permitted use in the C2 zone?
Yes.
Okay. And the famous is a funeral establishment permitted in the C2 zone?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And there's many, many more, as the board knows. So, in your opinion, as concerns traffic, noise, odor, dust, gas, smoke, and the like, do the aforementioned principal permitted uses we talked about arguably have a greater impact than this proposed use would have?
Arguably, yes, they do.
Okay. I do not believe I have any more questions for Mr. Lemmerman.
Anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Lemmerman's testimony? Board members, questions of Mr. Lemmerman's testimony? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Lemmerman.
Okay,
Ms.
thank you.
Brophy, would you like to call another witness?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would not.
Okay, very good. Now, anyone that would like to provide their own testimony can go to the microphone, and I'd like to remind you to state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
I'm just here as support for Brown and Brown.
Okay, state your name, address, and occupation, sir.
Mark Livesay, Livesay, 3027 Birdview Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, and I'm retired.
Okay, and you said you were in support of this project, is that what you said?
Of the family and the project, yes. I've been friends with the family for like 45 years. Just here as support.
Okay, any questions?
How do you spell your last name?
Livesay.
Livesay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Livesay. Anyone else have any testimony? Okay. Presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Ms. Brophy.
Mr. Chair and the board, I want to thank you for your time this morning. I enjoy it when we don't have a room full of people opposing me. That being said, we still have legal standards, which I believe we met today. This board is charged with first addressing the ordinance that asks you to look about whether or not a conditional use would have an adverse effect upon the public health, safety, security, morals, and general welfare. And that's your first task. And I believe through the testimony we showed there's nothing to suggest that there'd be any adverse impact per the statute. Next, we go to Schultz v. Pritz, which tells us if there is an adverse impact. And I would argue here we don't even get to that inquiry because it's such a low level of impact. But in any case, Schultz v. Pritz tells us that we have to, if there are any adverse impacts, we have to look at whether the adverse impact of this conditional use would be greater at this location versus anywhere else in the zone. And it wouldn't. There's nothing to suggest it would. This is medium-density commercial district. Whether you're doing the rental place here or down the road or somewhere else, there's actually a suggestion that this is a better place for it because of the light at Monroe Avenue. So there's a statutory presumption that the conditional use is compatible with the C2 zone. And I would submit to the board that we've established through the testimony and evidence that this application should be approved as submitted, and I would submit on that.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Brophy. The hearing and record of this case is now closed, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Board members, who wants to start? Ms. Ford Mount?
I don't see any reason not to approve it. It does seem like a safer area because of the traffic light, and it seems like it's going to be not a huge business running out of there, so I see no reason not to approve it as it's stated.
Second.
I think this location along a commercial corridor is ideal. It's consistent with the master plan as well as the Freedom Plan. And this is going to be an adaptive reuse of a property that is no longer financially feasible. So, by all appearances, your operation across the street has been wildly successful. Hopefully this will as well. I'm confident that you will maintain that property and, the parts of the building that you're not using. And I did not hear any evidence to suggest that it would have a greater adverse impact here, or really any adverse impact here, than anywhere else in the C2 zone. So I'm prepared to vote in favor.
Mr. Caldwell.
I'm in favor of it also, and nothing else to add.
I would like to echo Ms. Ecker's excellent summary and congratulate her.
And I have nothing to add to that, and Ms. Brophy went through the legal standards that we have to abide by in making our decisions, and this case definitely doesn't stretch any of those legal standards that must be met. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
I can give you one, if you wish. In case number 6413, that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the conditional use request for rental and vehicle and goods with primarily outdoor equipment storage.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and second to grant a conditional use for request of rental of vehicles and goods with primarily outdoor equipment storage. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by the board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and
We call the BZA meeting to order. We have before us case number 6408, which is an appeal of zoning administrator's approval of a professional office. Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6408, an appeal of the zoning administrator's approval of a professional office. The site is located at 1880 Lakeland Drive, Finksburg, Maryland, on Property Zone C, Conservation District and Election District 4, by Colin and Courtney Wilson, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.133D2. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, September 21st, 2022 at 8:45 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Site minutes. A newspaper ad dated September 5th, 2022. Newspaper ad dated August 1st, 2022. Hearing notice was posted July 25th, 2022 by zoning inspector Scott Robinson. And then we have an application for approval of a professional office. There is a June 1st, 2022 decision from the zoning administrator approving a professional office. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
So moved.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to enter the file into evidence. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We will move the file into evidence. Before we get started, if you have any electronic devices, make sure you put those on silence so that you don't interrupt the proceedings here today. And everyone that I see we had a couple of people that just arrived. Make sure you sign in on the clipboard that's on the side table there behind Mr. Voigt. And when you leave here today, please leave by the same entrance that you came in, so that you can turn your badges in, so at the end of the business day, they're not trying to locate you in the building. If you plan on testifying here today, could you please stand and raise your right hand? So if you're gonna testify, even if you think you might. Okay, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Very good. You can be seated. So the way we're going to proceed here today is, since this is an appeal of the zoning administrator's decision, Mr. Voigt is here at the front table, and we're going to, I don't know if Mr. Ullman's going to, how he's going to interact, but he's going to basically bring us up to speed as to why we are here today, how this case has gotten to this point. This is going to be a de novo hearing, so that means that we're going to hear it from the beginning. So the McMillans will come to the table and present their case, and then after they present their case and they call witnesses or however they're going to do it, after each witness, people from the audience has the opportunity to ask questions of their testimony, and then the board will ask questions of their testimony. After all of that is taken care of, then anyone from the audience can give their own testimony. So first time around, after Ms. McMillan testifies, questions of her testimony only. You'll have the opportunity for your own testimony later in the proceedings. You'll understand the procedure after it's all over, I promise. Okay, with that, Mr. Ullman, do you want to start, or?
Yes, I would like to start. My name is James Ullman, Assistant County Attorney, appearing on behalf of Jay Voigt, the zoning administrator. of Carroll County, and I just have a brief opening statement, and then I will just be walking through Mr. Voigt's process in approving the request that's before us here today. Okay. So Mr. Voigt and I appear before you in regards to an appeal from the zoning administrator's determination in case ZA 0 or 2046, request for a professional office at the residence located at 1880 Lakeland Drive in Finksburg. The owner has requested the use of a residence as a professional office pursuant to the code, section 158.071E11, accessory use in the conservation zone. The code permits accessory uses within a dwelling. The professional office of a physician, insurance agent, realtor, or other profession determined by the zoning administrator to be in similar use and characteristics. As this is a de novo hearing, you are standing in the position of the zoning administrator, and in such making your determination, you must determine based on the evidence presented whether the applicant meets the requirements of 185.01E11, which is whether the commercial activity within the dwelling is an office. If it is an office, whether or not the commercial activity constitutes a profession. And finally, if the applicant is engaged in a profession and whether that business is in similar use and characteristics to a physician, insurance agent, or realtor. So with that, I will be asking Mr. Voigt a few questions regarding this case.
Okay, you can proceed, Mr. Allman.
All right, thank you. Can you please state your name for the board?
Jay Voigt,
And for whom do you work?
Carroll County
And what is your title with the county?
Zoning Administrator,
And how long have you held the position of zoning administrator?
13 years.
As the zoning administrator, are you familiar with the zoning ordinance of the Carroll County Code?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the property located at 1880 Lakeland Drive?
yes.
Can you tell me what 1880 Lakeland Drive is zoned?
Zoned conservation.
And did your office receive a request regarding the use of this property?
We did.
And what was that request?
It was a request for a professional office of a physician within the dwelling.
And is that use permitted in the conservation district?
Yes, it's permitted as an accessory use.
Okay. And was a hearing held on this request, a public hearing held on this request?
Yes, the hearing was held June 1st of 2022 at 2 o'clock.
Okay. And did you approve or deny the request?
I approved the request.
Okay. And your approval was pursuant to the code 158.071E11. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, I believe this is already in the file, but I would like to introduce into evidence what has been marked as zoning administrator's Exhibit 1, which is the application for the use. Are you familiar with this document, Mr. Voigt?
Yes.
Can you read the section right here, explain your request?
That section of explaining your request says, seeking to operate small mental health / therapy private practice out of a residence, in parentheses, low volume, estimated 10 individuals weekly, approximately 300 square feet of dwelling. Single employee was the applicant.
Okay. And so there was a public hearing on this. Is that correct?
Yes.
And during the public hearing, there was testimony from the applicant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the request basically comes down to a mental health / private therapy office. Is that your interpretation of it?
Correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding or interpretation that the business the applicant is requesting is similar to the office or the use of a physician, insurance agent, or realtor?
Yes.
Did the applicant testify where she or where they were meeting or planned to meet the patients?
Yes.
And where was that?
In her dwelling, in a separate area of her dwelling.
Okay. And in that separate area, did it have separate access in and out?
Yes.
Okay. And as you testified before, this was for mental health slash therapy. Is mental health a body of study of medicine similar to that of a physician?
Yes.
Okay. And is the use of a social worker the kind of use and characteristics that is similar to a doctor, insurance agent, or real estate agent?
Yes.
Okay. Did the applicant provide any license during the hearing or during the request?
Yes, we provided a copy of her license through the state of Maryland.
I have it right here. Never mind. I have what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 2 as a Maryland Department of Health State Board of Social Worker Examiner's license verification. Can you read the box where it says full name?
Lauren Elizabeth McMillan?
Is that the individual that applied for this use?
Yes.
And can you read what the license level is?
LCSWC-certified-clinical.
And do you see where it says status?
Yes, it's active in good standing.
And when was the original license date?
April 17th, 2019.
And how was the license provided? or given?
Examination.
Okay. And when does the license expire?
October 31st, 2023.
Okay. Now, I would want you to jump down to the paragraph, or paragraphs, I guess, underneath, regarding the requirement for the LCSW-C license. Can you read that for the board?
Since October 1st, 2000, applicants for the LCSW-C license must have attained 2 years and at least 3,000 hours of clinical social work experience under clinical social work supervision and a minimum of 144 hours of face-to-face supervision in the assessment, formulation of diagnostic impression, and treatment of mental disorders and other conditions and the provisions of psychotherapy.
Thank you. I would like to introduce Exhibit 2 into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence, and Exhibit number 1 will accept into evidence.
I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Voigt's testimony? Go to the microphone and please state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Craig Benedict, Baltimore Gas and Electric Manager, Benedict, all three?
Yep.
So if we could go back to the definition of a physician, I think we're making a stretch here between a therapist and a physician as defined by
No, wait.
Regularly
No,
acceptable.
wait, that's testimony.
Now,
Do
this
you
is
have
a
any?
question of his, because he jumped saying that the conclusion.
So
that
what
this
is the
similar.
question of Mr.
The question
Voigt?
is, how is a mental health professional
Okay.
the same as a physician? How do we make that conclusion?
The conclusion I made was that it fit the same situation as a professional office of a physician, insurance agent, realtor, or other profession determined by myself to be similar in use and characteristics as required in the code.
So you just restated, that there wasn't an answer as to how you made that conclusion. You just restated your original statement.
In my opinion, as determination, as the zoning administrator, I determined that a licensed clinical social worker, licensed and certified by the state of Maryland, is the same as a physician's or doctor's office.
We'll disagree on that, based on every acceptable definition of physician.
Okay, any other questions on Mr. Voigt's testimony? Board members, any questions on Mr. Voigt's testimony? Ms. Fordmount?
I was just, the gentleman who just stood up,
No,
where?
no, questions of his testimony only.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yep, that's okay.
He just didn't state his address.
You-
He just didn't give us his address.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I was gonna ask.
oh, okay. And sir, could you, Mr. Benedict, could you tell us what your address is?
1891 Lakeland Drive.
1891 Lakeland Drive. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, in the back. And please state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name's Colin Wilson, 1882 Lakeland Drive, construction project manager and estimator. Last name is spelled W-I-L-S-O-N. Mr. Voigt, you made it seem like you had to approve this based on that it's allowable, but there are provisions that you have to go by, such as the guidelines are to promote health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community by regulating and restricting the use of buildings, structures for trade, industry, and other purposes. Based on all the testimony that you heard from the neighbors, people in the same profession, how did you make that decision that this is allowed and not going to affect those things?
The decision to make that it was allowed is because it's allowed in written code as an accessory use, which is an allowed use in the code, which allows the use. And the testimony that was provided during the hearing did not prove to me that there was any detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the community.
So somebody simply saying that this is affecting their health or general welfare is not good enough testimony?
It's not testimony that's strong enough to change a decision.
Okay. That's all for right now.
Okay, any other questions of, yes, sir. Go to the microphone, and again, state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Yeah, I'm Pete Abiera. I reside at 1885 Lakeland Drive. I'm a retired chiropractor, retired soldier. And the question I have...
Wait a minute, spell for the record your last name, sir.
Last name is A as in Adam, B as in Brown, I-E-R-A. And my question is specifically, are you familiar with the charter establishing Lakeland Heights as a community?
No, sir.
Well, there is a charter establishing Lakeland Heights, and I would like that pulled up and added to this hearing.
Well, could you provide that for us? Because I mean, the only way it can become part of the hearing is if someone introduces it as evidence.
Oh, okay. Well, I can provide that.
In written form?
In written form, that was part of my, my deed.
Okay, so when you give your testimony, which will be a little bit later, if you could provide that, if you can approach Mr. Dixon, we will go ahead and accept that into evidence.
Okay, I did not bring that with me,
Oh,
okay? I didn't bring it with me. And I would assume that this topic was brought up. I did bring up in the first hearing that there was a charter that did not allow businesses. Now,
yeah, without anything in writing, that's just hearsay testimony is the way we need to treat that here in judgment, so.
I believe this should be a part of the zoning board's records.
We'll look in the file. Okay, so, Mr. Wilson, at some point in time, you could enter, if you're going to give testimony, you can enter that into evidence, okay? When you get to that point, I'll walk you through it. What you'll need to do is make reference to it and then give it to Mr. Dixon and we'll enter it into the file. Okay, I'm assuming Ms. Wilson. Yeah, go to the microphone. Again, name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Hi, I'm Courtney Wilson, 1882 Lakeland Drive, Wilson. Occupation is registered nurse. Mr. Voigt, my question to you is, from the initial hearing, did you do your own research into the deed of the neighborhood or Ms. McMillan's profession to make your decision to approve?
I based my decision based on the evidence presented at the hearing.
So, her not being a physician and not having a board to answer to, in the event that this is approved, my question is, who protects the neighborhood if things are not being followed accordingly? Would it be, I would think it wouldn't be zoning, and if she doesn't have a board to answer to, who protects us if there's an issue after, going forward?
If there's a violation of the decision or of any part of the zoning ordinance, then my office would enforce that.
Any other questions of Mr. Voigt's testimony? Board members, any questions of Mr. Voigt's testimony? Okay, very good. With that, Ms. McMillan, would you like to come forward to one of the tables and go ahead and present your case?
Good
morning, everybody.
Got the approval, they should do their case first.
That's them. So, Ms. McMillan, state your name, address, and occupation and spell for the record. It's McMillian. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Go ahead.
My name is Lauren Elizabeth McMillian. I live at 1880 Lakeland Drive, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker who operates as a therapist.
Okay, so with that, Ms. McMillian, would you like to go ahead and present your case? And then the people in the audience will have the opportunity to ask questions of your testimony, and then the board will, okay?
Would you spell your last name?
Sure, I'm sorry about that. It's McMillion.
Got it. Thank you.
I applied for the use of an accessory use of the dwelling for a physician or other professional office back in May or June of 2022. I'm a therapist, a licensed clinical social worker, and I was hoping to operate a small office there's like a side entry of my home that's separate from the rest of the household. And I'm looking to see approximately 5 to 10 people in person per week. And the rest of my business is telehealth. I've been working in the profession for more than 8 years. My clinical social work license has been since 2019, but if you look at my master's level, it's further back. And then I was also supervised for a number of years. That's about it.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. McMillion's testimony? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Benedict.
So what areas do you focus in for that therapy?
Okay, could you get a little bit closer to the microphone?
Sorry, what areas do you focus in for that type of therapy?
I provide mental health therapy.
What do you specialize in?
Trauma, anxiety, depression, and dissociative disorders.
Could you give an elaboration on dissociative disorders and what it was formerly known as?
Well, there are a number of dissociative disorders, including anxiety, depression, PTSD, dissociative identity disorder, which was previously known as multiple personality disorder. There's also depersonalization and derealization, other dissociative disorders not otherwise specified, and unspecified dissociative disorder.
And if you could, what tends to be the root cause of many of these disorders?
Trauma.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Ms. McMillion's testimony? And again, questions of her testimony, okay?
Well, you can tell me. My name's Kelly Holloway. Last name is Holloway. And I am also an LCSWC, licensed clinical social worker. Ms. McMillion, could you tell me, are you governed by a board for your licensure?
Yes, the Maryland Board of Social Work.
Thank you.
What, Ms. Holloway, could you give your address, please?
It's on the clipboard. It is 5688 Argyle Drive in Parsonsburg, Maryland.
Okay, very good, thank you. Any other questions of Ms. McMillion's testimony?
You said you don't need me to do my whole spiel again, do you?
Just give your name again. That's, we already got the rest of it.
Colin Wilson.
Thank you.
You say you're governed by a board. Do you need to report to this board regularly?
No.
Okay. So is there anybody that is seeing what's going on inside your business besides you and your patient in a supervisory role with the state?
Due to my level of licensure, which is the highest level of licensure offered in the state of Maryland, I do not need any further supervision. However, I do get regular consultation and supervision by professionals in the field. And I also am governed by Medicare and Medicaid in the state of Maryland and federally.
So will anybody be doing inspections on you?
Only as determined by what's necessary by law.
Okay. You spoke a little bit about the patients that you will be seeing. And I know you said in the previous hearing that you won't be seeing any patients with violent backgrounds. How are you going to assure the neighborhood that that's going to be the case?
My patient's information is protected under HIPAA, and I also provide a thorough examination upon intake to determine whether or not they have a violent history or provide or would pose any risk to myself or others in the general area.
So you can't guarantee that people you will be bringing into your house, into our neighborhood where our kids play, will not be violent backgrounds, people that have been incarcerated, possibly?
That is part of my assessment, and I don't see people who are mandated for therapy or who have a history of violent criminal acts.
Okay, so you do background checks on all your patients?
I do not. That would be a violation of their protected rights.
So you don't know if they have a violent background or have been incarcerated then?
I'm not in a law enforcement profession. That's outside my scope of practice.
Okay, so no, you can't guarantee that. It's just what you're saying, but you don't know that.
I don't think anyone could guarantee anybody's history across the board.
Okay, and you also do not have access to juvenile records of patients you'll be seeing. Will you be seeing children?
No, I do not see juveniles.
Okay, but you'll be seeing people who were juveniles who may have had a juvenile record of violence, criminal record, but you cannot access that either.
And that is also protected under law for their privacy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so come to the microphone. No, don't be afraid. You were not here to take the oath, so can you please raise your right hand and take the oath? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Now, this is questions of her testimony only. You'll have the opportunity for your own testimony in this case a little bit later in the proceedings, okay? So questions of her testimony, but before you do that, please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Beverly Johnson.
Okay, you're gonna have to speak up just a little
Beverly
bit.
Johnson.
Okay,
I'm currently a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm getting ready to look for a job, returning to the workforce.
okay.
Okay. My concern was that
Okay,
it's,
but your question of her testimony,
yes,
okay,
that it is a physician's office when it is not. If I was to say, I open up a physician office, the board would, not your board, but the social work board was saying that I'm being untruthful. I would have to list it as clinical, but I certainly could not list it as a physician's office.
okay, so do you have a question?
I have a question why she's doing it.
Okay, that's really testimony, so can you save that for a little bit later in the proceeding? And that's fine, you weren't here when I explained
I do
the.
apologize to the board for being late.
No, absolutely, you weren't here when I gave the rundown of how our procedures, so you're okay. But at some point in time, I will look at you, and it'll be the appropriate time for you to give your testimony, okay?
May I respond?
Yes, you can.
I believe under the zoning code, it's physician's office or other professional office. So I'm not claiming to be a physician because I'm not one. However, I am of a licensed profession.
Okay, board members, any questions of Ms. McMillion's testimony? Ms. Fordmow?
Hi, I was wondering how your clients find you.
So nowadays, it's referral only, so other physicians will refer them to me.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Eckert?
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Caldwell?
Ms. McMillian, do you have other family members resident with you in the house?
Yes, I have a partner that resides with me, and my father also is co-owner with the house and comes up often.
You have any children?
No children in the household, no.
Okay, thank you.
We're having difficulty hearing.
Okay, we'll just maybe get a little bit closer to the microphone. Ms.
We're having difficulty hearing.
Yeah, we'll try to speak up so that you can hear a little bit better. Oh, so when you just get a little bit closer, a little bit louder to the microphone, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Simmons?
No questions.
I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that you said in your testimony. So you were saying between 5 and 10 clients a week or per day?
Per week.
Per week. And most of your clients are, what was the term you used? I'm assuming Zoom calls, is that?
Yes, I see most of my clients via telehealth. It's called Simple
Telehealth,
Practice.
that was the word you used.
But I'm looking to see 5 to 10 in person
Okay.
per week.
Per week, okay. Very good. Do you have any witnesses that you would want to call or?
I actually have a question. You asked the board members, but you didn't ask if anybody else had more questions.
Oh, I thought I did. Okay, go to the microphone. So you have a question of Mr. McMillan's testimony? Okay, Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't,
That's okay. Hello, my name is Anna Maria Barabas. Last name is spelled Barabas. And I was wondering, Ms. McMillian, if you could tell us a little bit about the duty to warn.
Yes, so as a clinical social worker, if there have been threats made against the health and safety of another person, threats of violence, I have a duty to warn. So that would mean contacting the person who is being threatened directly or law enforcement in order to make sure that that person is protected. So if I do have a client that's threatening violence, I have a duty to warn to protect the community at large and the individual who's being threatened.
Right. And as far as you know, would you be able to access anybody's juvenile records?
I would not be able to ask of that from the state. I could ask my clients during assessment and intake.
Right. So while you wouldn't be able to access anybody's juvenile records, or you wouldn't be able to tell what if somebody might become violent in the future, in the case somebody does become violent, you would be able to warn the person that is being threatened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How many years have you been practicing?
I've been in the field of social work since 2014.
All right, so that's 8 years. How many years have you been in private practice?
Approximately 2 years.
So in the 8 years that you've been practicing, including 2 years you've been practicing in private practice, how many times have you had to warn somebody of a client's violent behavior?
2 times, and they were all when I was working in the clinic setting. I have not had to do this since working in private practice with my current clients.
Thank you.
oh, yes, your address, please.
5909 Dundee Drive in Salisbury, Maryland, 21804.
Thank you. Okay, board members, any other questions of Ms. McMillan's testimony? Okay, do you want to call any witnesses, Ms. McMillan, or?
I have Tina, is it Clark? Christina Albertini. She was my neighbor for approximately 8 years when I worked from home on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. And so I would like to call her to see if there have been any issues with me working next door to her.
I think it probably would, since you're not an attorney,
Sure.
it would be better off for her to go ahead and give that as
Okay.
testimony as opposed to calling her as a witness.
Okay.
Is that agreeable?
What constitutes a witness?
Well, a witness, you would be asking them questions, and it sounds to me like she was going to be offering just testimony. So,
Then no witnesses needed. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
very good. So at this point, anyone in the audience can go to the microphone, identify themselves, and give their own testimony. And then Ms. McMillian will have the opportunity to ask questions of your testimony, and the board members and anyone from the audience can ask questions of your testimony. So who wants to go first giving their testimony here today? Okay, go ahead. And you're going to have to spell that name very slow, okay?
My name is Christina Albertini. I go by Tina. Albertini is A-L-B-E-R-T-I-N-I.
Okay.
And I was a neighbor to Lauren right next door for 8 years.
Can you get a little bit closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you.
A little shorty here. I've been a neighbor to Lauren McMillian for 8 years in Salisbury, Maryland. And in the 8 years, she has been a wonderful neighbor, no problems whatsoever. Regarding the issue for today, she had a private practice for just about 2 years, a year and a half, 2 years. And during that time, I had no issues, nothing. I knew that she had it because she made us all aware. She's very diligent with all and anything, not just her work, but her personal life as well. She's very cautious and diligent and just proper with everything. So I would like to assure people in her neighborhood that she is not a threat. And I understand people wanting to protect their families and their children. I don't have children, but I have nieces. I have family that I love. And I would want to know right away. I would just like to assure them that she is actually an asset, a huge asset to their neighborhood, if they would just give her the chance. And her business is amazing. I mean, she does great work. I mean, she's helping people, and she's trying to bring, you know, a betterness to things. So I think she's a great asset to everything. And if there's any questions I can answer to anyone,
Yeah,
back here.
like you say, just stay there, Mr. Albertini. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Albertini's testimony?
Or any,
Board members, any questions of her testimony? Thank you very much.
oh, and my address is, right now, did you need that?
Yeah, we need that too. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
previously it was 214 East Church Street in Hebron, Maryland, 21830. Currently, I live at 4021 Bixler Church Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21158.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else want to give testimony?
Craig Benedict again. I have a letter here that my wife and I put together for the original hearing, but from what I've been told, Mr. Voigt failed to read to the hearing, so I'm going to read through that amongst some others. We're submitting this letter in lieu of our in-person presence at the hearing on June 1st, 2022. We were out of town and could not reschedule. We have been residents of Lakeland Drive since May of 2013. It is a close-knit community that prioritizes, deeply values the safety of one another. When we bought our home on this street, we never would have imagined a resident using their home as what is now a professional's office. Prior to the original zoning, it had physician's office written on it, but that's since changed on the appeal. When we were made aware that the new residents of 1880 were applying to use their residence as a physician's office, we were immediately concerned for various reasons. Primary reason being the safety of our 2-year-old son and all of the other children that reside on our street. Our dead-end street does not have sidewalks or streetlights or off-street dedicated parking beyond private drives. You will often find children riding their bikes or chasing balls across the street. By allowing residents at 1880 to open an at-home therapist office on this small street, you'd be increasing traffic and significantly increasing the probability of an incident. After much research into the application of the new residents at 1880 Lakeland Drive, we understand that the homeowner applying is a clinical social worker therapist, LCSW-C, and specifically does trauma-focused therapy for anxiety, depression, PTSD, and dissociation. While we appreciate the importance of the work that she does, the nature of her work makes that situation even more dire and concerning. As stated previously, we have a 2-year-old son, and there are many other children that live on the dead-end street. Based on the information that we've gathered, there's very little, if any, regulation and oversight of such private practices. Having reached out to the Maryland Department of Mental Health and Hygiene, they provide no oversight, inspections, or licensing of at-home therapist's office. So while the applying resident may be saying she's only looking to treat now 5 to 10 patients per week out of her residence, it could very well end up being more than that. While we appreciate the necessity of free enterprise and wish all of our neighbors good fortune, it is our understanding that once this house is rezoned, the county will have no further proactive involvement with the residents or business. Should her business grow, who will be there to enforce that no more than 10 patients per week are seen? The types of patients and the seriousness of their diagnoses could also end up being more severe than what is initially proposed. With the very limited follow-up, documentation, and oversight over such a practice, it's not hard to see why this is a troubling situation. This is beyond concerning for us as residents of Lakeland Drive and as parents. The applying party is not only going to bring strangers onto our street consistently, the applying party will be bringing strangers who are suffering from trauma, anxiety, depression, PTSD, and dissociation. Lakeland Drive without question does not seem like an appropriate or safe place for this to be happening. Thank you for your time and consideration. And then the response from the Maryland Board of Social Work does not have any statutory or regulatory authority over a social worker having a private practice in their residence. Gloria Jean Hamill, Director of Certification and Licensing Unit, Maryland Board of Social Work Examiners. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. McMillian, you have the first bite at the apple. Would you like to respond to anything that, in Mr. Benedict's testimony?
Sure. Mr. Benedict, what evidence do you have that there's any reason to believe that my clients would be dangerous?
The same amount of evidence as you do.
I don't understand that answer.
No further questions, sir.
Okay.
I have a question.
Wait a minute, Mr. Benedict, stay at the, who has a question?
Me.
Okay, please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Okay, my name is William McMillian. I'm co-owner of 1880 Lakeland Drive. I currently live at 109 Cedar Street in Huddleston, Virginia. And what else did you need to know? Last name I think has already been spelled.
Yeah, last name's already been spelled. In occupation?
I'm retired right now. I used to be in the IC. I was a government contractor for a number of years.
Okay.
How can you, I have a question about the number of people brought into the neighborhood. I mean, how many times a day do you see Amazon drivers coming into your neighborhood?
I don't know, a handful?
Per day? Do you know the background of those drivers and what kind of?
They're there to drop off a package and leave. They're not there to see a licensed therapist, right? They're there to
But
drop
they're
a package
coming through
off,
your
so they don't have
neighborhood.
any pre-existing conditions that anybody's fully aware of.
But they're coming into your neighborhood, right?
Yes, sir, and it should be your neighborhood too, as you're listed on the home, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
You live there, sir?
No, I don't.
Thank you, sir.
It doesn't really matter since I own the place or own part of it. What I'm trying to get across is there are plenty of people who are being brought into the neighborhood for other reasons that we don't know the background of. We do know the background of all the clients.
And again,
that are coming.
that's testimony. So any questions of Mr. Benedict's testimony? You have the opportunity for your own testimony, I promise.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I did have a question for Mr. Benedict that actually related almost exactly to.
Okay, so can you go to the microphone and ask, please?
I was just wondering with.
And identify yourself.
Oh, Christine Albertini.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Just wondering again, in relation to the same answer or question that was just given, there are so many people that come in and out of the neighborhood, there's no way to
So
know.
questions of his testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was questioning how he would know everyone that would come into the neighborhood. I've been in
Okay.
there several times, and I've seen a lot of erratic driving by teenagers in there on their four-wheelers, which is very dangerous. So again, my question is, how can you be sure of anyone when she's at least therapy with people? She's at least helping people that are searching for therapy, not being mandated. They're actually looking for it to help themselves. They're not looking to hurt anybody. That's my question. How can you?
So you can't be certain, but you're increasing the risk.
But I can assure you
Inviting
she's not.
individuals with that background into a dead-end neighborhood.
But it's not exactly that. Yeah, correct. You're right. That is my opinion. Because I've lived next to her for 8 years, and for 2 of those years, it was a very, very diligently ran.
Okay, questions of his testimony?
Yeah,
Okay.
oh, that's it. That was the only one I had.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yes, ma'am, and again, questions of his testimony?
Maria Barabbas, you said it increases the risk. Do you have any numbers to sustain that? Do you have any numbers in terms of, how much the risk is increased when a therapist opens a private practice in a neighborhood?
So it would be at least 5 to 10 more individuals who have troubled past and obviously have health concerns coming into a dead-end street neighborhood.
So then if somebody opens an Etsy store selling, cross-stitch stuff, and people come pick it up, couldn't we say that increases the risk by 5 or 10 people or however many people?
Don't have a traumatic experience in their past.
Right.
That
Could
is-
you
that is
please?
fully known.
Okay, all right. Could you please tell me the definitions of a traumatic past? Do you know that?
No, I'm not a
Okay.
licensed therapist.
All right.
Where do you reside again?
In Salisbury?
Okay, thank you. So not on the.
So is this important?
That you were not a member of the community, I think is the logical conclusion.
Okay, I thought it was
If you're gonna go back, we need that in the
I'm
microphone.
not gonna go back and forth with this. If she has a legitimate.
So you refuse to answer the question? Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Benedict's testimony? Board members?
No, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Anyone else have any testimony? Ms. Wilson, go ahead. No, you can come forward, yeah, absolutely. Get to the microphone, please, so we can all hear you, thank you.
Okay. Do I need to go through who I am?
Who you are, we've got the rest of your information.
Okay, again, I'm Pete Abiera, and what we were discussing earlier about the charter, just the basic premise on my deed, which I don't have with me, but my neighbor has his deed, and the very first thing it addresses is land use. And land use in Lakeland Heights is residential only. And we do have a copy of a deed, which is the same as my deed. That's issue number 1. Issue number 2, as a practicing licensed healthcare provider, as I stated earlier, I'm a retired chiropractor. My title is doctor. But I am not considered a physician. Being a physician is a very specific title with specific requirements. Approximately 15 to 20 years ago, I contacted zoning in Carroll County and asked them if I could have an office in my home. And I even specified and explained that what I really wanted was a legal billing address. I didn't plan on treating a lot of people, but if I did, just to be able to legally apply for insurance payment, I would have to be in office. I was told no. Property is zoned residential only. I wasn't told about this accessory provision. And I am concerned about that, and that was not addressed in the response that I got from the county after the initial hearing. One of the things that she plans on treating is post-trauma stress disorder. So one quick question for you, ma'am. Is there a cure for PTSD?
This is the time for testimony, not that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
sorry.
the testimony is this. For PTSD, there is no cure. The whole point of therapy and everything else is to try to help you adapt to it. And guess what? I've been diagnosed with PTSD. Fortunately, I don't really kirk out on anybody. My biggest problem is, for no reason at all, I'll start crying. But I have dealt with and been through therapy with many PTSD patients, primarily at VA. And when you talk about PTSD, you talk about a range of behaviors that's generated. And I think people deserve to be helped. Help is available. But I don't want this being treated in my neighborhood any more than I'd want a methadone treatment center in my neighborhood. I believe that's all I have at the moment.
Okay, wait a minute, stay there at the microphone. Questions of his testimony? Okay, go to the microphone and identify yourself.
I'm Christina Albertini. I just have one question. I sympathize with anyone with PSTD. I cannot imagine what it is to go through that. This gentleman lives in this neighborhood. Would he be or do you consider yourself a danger since you're going through that and coming into this neighborhood with that very thing that she treats people for?
As mentioned, one of the things that led me to therapy was the fact that I had a problem for what they call inappropriate expressions. For me, that was I end up crying. I can be driving down the street listening to Bob Marley, and all of a sudden I'm crying. Inappropriate outburst of emotions, that's what I've been diagnosed as. As I said, there's a variety of symptoms that people have. Me, I cry. I don't think me crying is a danger to anybody else. Okay.
You never know when that could change.
Well, I'm 75 years old. I've been diagnosed with this for over 30 years, and it hasn't changed.
So you would kind of fall into some of what Mrs. Millen maybe.
Well, okay.
Similar.
I'm retired from the Army. I'm a retired officer. I'm a retired paratrooper, a retired ranger, and a retired special forces guy. Could I be dangerous? Yes.
Anyone can.
Well, and that's the point. Anyone can, you know.
believe that our neighbor is under testimony here. I think this is inappropriate.
But subject to question of his testimony, so,
I wasn't questioning that myself. I was asking a question of his statement, that's all.
The
Okay.
point is, we could all be dangerous. Okay. With me specifically, my danger would not, I think, be caused because of my inappropriate outburst of emotion, which is crying. That's all I've developed. That's all I've expressed. Can I change suddenly? I don't think so. Any other questions?
please go to the microphone.
Anna Maria Barabbas again. Thank you for sharing all of that. I know that it takes a lot to be vulnerable in front of people that you don't know. You did talk about your treatment, and I just wanted to ask, in the years that you said you have been treated at the VA and you have been treated alongside other people, I was curious if you could share how many of those people became violent, and if you're aware of any of them becoming violent towards the therapist treating them.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have been in sessions where other members have become violent. I think anybody involved in social work has seen violence.
But, okay, let's just cut off questioning. This is turned into,
Free-for-all.
this has, the testimony that we've heard, let me start over. I've lost control of the room. We're the Board of Zoning Appeals. We have zero experience in the field of health professionals. Whether they're mental health, none of us are doctors up here, okay? We have a code that we are to enforce that we don't write. And that's right here. This is the code book that we're dealing with. And we're looking at the ordinance provisions of 158.133 And that's what we're looking at. That's what we're examining. And that is an appeal of zoning administrator's approval of a professional office. Now, it's gotten into discussion about mental health. That is not our issue. Our issue is a professional office at 1880 Lakeland Drive. So I would really appreciate if the testimony from this point forward is on the use of a professional office at 1880 Lakeland Drive. And how it is with the code, and what we need to look at there is this accessory use at 1880 Lakeland Drive, does it present any more issues than at any other place in the conservation zone in the county? That is what our charge is as a Board of Zoning Appeals. There's been a lot of external factors that have been thrown out there today, And that's my fault for letting it get to that point. So if anyone has, so please, if you want to go to the microphone, and that's what we're here to,
I apologize for being late.
No,
So I
Ms.
don't know-
Johnson, you're
No, so I
fine.
don't know if, part came up that I shouldn't be saying or whatever. My concern was security at that building that she's working in. And I don't think, I think I told you that I just got my license back. Well, I've been a professional social worker, clinical social worker since 2002. And I took a few years off to retire, and now I'm back. Prior to that, I also had professional license in substance abuse counseling. My experience has been when you get a client, oh, they're the perfect client, but when things go wrong in your office, what's the plan? What's the security plan for you and for perhaps your neighbors? That's what I'm saying. I have seen clients being strapped down by police officers at my job, and it was a mental health and a regular clinic for psychiatric uses. And I've seen them get up out of being strapped down. I've even heard the security guard out looking for the guy, and the guy, he's been in restraints, and the guy walking down the street. My concern, not only our safety, I'm concerned about her safety. I wouldn't want anything to happen to her. We might disagree on her office, but to me, she's still my neighbor. And I'm not talking to you.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, Ms. Johnson, look, Ms. Johnson, focus on us. You're talking to the board, okay? Don't worry about anybody behind you, okay?
Okay, so when I brought the statistics in, the gentleman there was saying, when he wrote the letter back, that statistics as it relates to clients with co-occurring disorders that present as mental health issues, he dismissed that in his writing. So I don't have a problem, but you did dismiss it. So, and you were saying that somebody had just got these statistics. Well, I think if I'm opening up a clinic, there's certain places I have to go to get statistics. If I'm building a house, I want to know what's around me. So I'm going to go and see what the state of Maryland or that county got about that neighborhood, what's going on in it. So what I'm saying is our biggest concern, my biggest concern, and my husband and my neighbor, we have kids, we have grandkids that come in there and they play. It's one way in and one way out. And I know that there's a big majority, I would say about half, or at least a third at the lowest point, who have other issues than depression and all, because they try to substitute or medicate those feelings another way, normally with drugs and other things. And the concern about a physician, if I put down I was a physician, I would lose the license that I had and just got back, because it says you can't do that. So we all thinking we're getting a doctor, fixing broken bones and sending them home.
Okay, does anyone have any questions of Ms. Johnson's testimony? Ms. McMillian, do you have any response? You get the first bite at the apple.
My first response is that I do not treat clients with co-occurring disorders, which means I will not see anyone who has active substance abuse, so no drugs or alcohol problems, which is where a lot of the violence statistics come from. And second, if I can ask Ms. Johnson, what kind of clinic had you worked in the past? Was it a clinic for substance abuse disorders?
And then it's not really appropriate for you to be asking questions of her.
Okay.
Only of her testimony.
Okay.
Well, you did testify to that. Ms. Johnson, yes, please answer the question. Sorry.
I can't even hear. So that's what we were saying. We can't hear that.
Okay, wait a minute. Could you, Ms. McMillan?
I was asking Ms. Johnson what type of clinic your experience comes from.
What type of experience, what kind of clinical?
Experience.
Yes, yes.
I work for work for
Speak into the microphone.
the Howard County Health Department. I did evaluations for the courts for people coming in who could not afford to get that evaluation done with another private provider. I also did substance abuse counseling, level 1, 2, and 3,
Okay.
child and adolescents, adults.
I would just-
And it was several years that I did it. I did it long enough to retire, be gone for 3 years, and now I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I have to say. And I'm gonna sit down before I get angry.
No, just stay there at the microphone. You're not done, we're not done with you yet. Ms. McMillan, do you have any more questions of Ms. Johnson?
No questions from Ms. Johnson.
Okay, very good. Anyone else have any questions of Ms. Johnson? Board members, any questions? Ms. Johnson, we're done with you now. You can sit down. Thank you. I'm assuming you're Mr. Johnson.
Yes, I am.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and give, as I give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good, sir. Okay, name, address, occupation, and you don't need to spell for the record your last name. Your wife already did that for you.
Robert Johnson, 1879 Lakeland Drive, and I am currently retired from law enforcement.
Okay.
All right. I just would like to know my main interest is not knowing what's happening around me. I have been in operations for Black October. I've been in operations for federal government, Federal Protection Service, and I've been Baltimore City police officer. At this time, I am retired, and I'm very concerned as to the activity or the type of people or who's going to be in the area in which I live. I do not want to come out my house. Well, I don't even want to look out my window and see stragglers moving up and down in my neighborhood that I know nothing about. And I'd like to know if they have any security personnel assigned to protect the people in my neighborhood.
You want to respond to that, Ms. McMillan?
I would just like to respond that my client's information of all sorts is protected under federal law.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Johnson?
No, I'd like to know their security concerns, if they're gonna have anyone that has security expertise in whatever field. I would hate to come out my house or look out my window and see strangers walking across my neighborhood. I have seen the worst of the worst. Like I say, I have done it for Federal Protection Services, and I did it for Baltimore City Police, and the same ones that right now is responsible for the problems we're having in Washington, D.C.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Johnson's testimony? Board members?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
You're welcome.
Courtney Wilson. You may have said this already, and I apologize. Was our previous hearing, that was recorded, correct? And is all of,
We have the minutes of that, but this is a de novo hearing,
Okay.
which means we're hearing it
okay.
from the beginning, as if that hearing never occurred.
Were all documents from that hearing presented to you?
Yes, we have the decision, that is part of the record.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if this is part of the record, but for the first hearing, we had a petition signed against this office in the neighborhood. It had over 100 signatures. Was that presented to you in evidence? It was presented for the first hearing.
The only thing that's being accepted in the evidence in this hearing is what is presented today.
Okay.
Whatever happened at the first hearing isn't automatically here because this board doesn't know about
Okay.
what happened there.
Not a problem. I wasn't sure if you had said that, if I had missed it or not. So my testimony is this. You've heard us say our safety concerns. We did have a petition. We had over 100 signatures. Neighbors have written letters. And as you all said, this is zoning. You are not medical professionals. You are not doctors. You know, due to the nature of her work and the laws of HIPAA, there is no protection for this neighborhood if something goes outside of what Ms. McMillan is saying. If it's more than 5 to 10 patients, if it is somebody violent, or if it is somebody who has been incarcerated. There is no way, I don't think, for zoning to protect us or her board, since she doesn't have to answer to it. Bless you. Bless you. Thank you. And she does not have to have this office in the residential area. I firmly believe in the need for mental health, just not in a residential area. She can rent an office. She can do sole telework. We talked about the increased risk. I cannot prove to you that something will happen, but she cannot guarantee or prove that it won't. And I think that is the concern of all of us. We all take a risk every single day. But my neighbors, I see him and his wife walking when I'm walking my kids. You know, we take risks every day. We're afraid to send our kids to school. We're afraid to send them to the movies. There was just, I mean, if anyone follows Baltimore County news, there was a bomb right outside of a school that had multiple schools in Parkville evacuated. It had nothing to do with the school, but it was right around it, and it put those kids at danger. And that's frightening as a mother. But we take these risks every single day, but we should not have to take them in our neighborhood, our community. It should be a safe space for all of us. And again, I know that we cannot prove that something will happen, but she cannot prove or guarantee that it won't. And she has other options where we don't.
Okay, does anybody have any questions of Ms. Wilson's testimony? Board members? Very good. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Johnson, we only give you one bite at the apple, but I'll allow you to go ahead and do that.
Because I haven't heard anything concerning the security issue. I haven't heard anyone say that they're going to protect the element in which we live. Are considered security concerns being addressed? That's what I need to know.
Do you want to respond, Ms. McMillan?
Is security a provision that needs to be addressed in the zoning code?
No.
I do have a home security system. However, I'm not comfortable responding to any further.
Okay, and that's fine. So we really don't have any answers for you, Mr. Johnson, on that.
It's needed.
I'm sorry.
It's needed. You can't live in an element which you don't know anything that's happening. I would like to know the security concerns for the neighborhoods. Stragglers. Anyway, I would like to know what are they going to do about that if it occurs.
And I think that would be a law enforcement issue.
That's what I'm talking about.
So that would be up to the sheriff's department, that they have the
The
jurisdiction.
sheriff's department, but then again, you have security officers. I mean, where's the security for the people that's coming or the people that's around you? I mean, how would you like to walk out your door and see someone walking around off and on that you know nothing about? And are you going to hire security officers?
No. No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Wilson.
Yes. Colin Wilson.
I'm hoping you have some exhibits for us.
So I got a couple things. So I have the original notice of public hearing. And on here, it does state a request for an administrative adjustment for professional office of a physician at 1880 Lakeland Drive. Now, I think we've established Ms. McMillan is not a physician. So I'll come up, if I may.
Yeah.
This is not saying professional office. It says professional office of a.
Mr. Voigt. Mr. Wilson, I'm going to interrupt you. Mr. Voigt, could you read from the code, since you're the zoning administrator? There's been some confusion about whether this is a doctor's office, so can you go ahead and read from the code? Because I think what we have here before us is the zoning administrator's approval of a professional office. So, Mr. Voigt, could you read from the code for us, please?
The code states, within a dwelling, the professional office of a physician, insurance agent, realtor, or other profession determined by the zoning administrator to be similar in use and characteristics, subject to zoning administrator approval after a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 158, 130G.
Okay, so there's been some confusion. So what Mr. Voigt just read is not defined as a doctor's office only. The wording in there, the approval that was granted was as a professional office. Okay, so let's go forward from that.
Okay. That's not what it said on the paper that was mailed to us. It was a professional office of a physician she was applying for.
Yeah, it's.
I do have the deed to our neighborhood, and in here it does state the allowable uses in our neighborhood. And my understanding from Mr. Voigt is the zoning administration has no say over neighborhood deeds. Is that correct?
Can I answer, please?
Yes, Mr. Voigt.
Covenants and charters that are endorsed by the neighbors of the neighborhood, Carroll County does not enforce those requirements. They are to be enforced by people who are part of that agreement. That's a legal agreement between all the property owners, and it is being enforced by those people. It is not enforced by the county.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if there are in fact restrictive covenants in the deed that I'm assuming is going to be presented as an exhibit, that is outside of our purview as the Board of Zoning Appeals. We are only,
That's correct. You're not the court. If they have something in a deed that restricts the use of the property, they have to take that matter to court, and they can do that.
Okay, Mr. Wilson.
Yes. As pretty much everybody has said, I don't want to hit everything again too hard, but we're very concerned with the traffic that's going to be brought into this neighborhood. We're a neighborhood of about 20 houses. It's one way in, one way out. There are a lot of children that play, a lot of people that walk their dogs, ride their bikes on the street, and we're bringing in people to this neighborhood. She says it's 5 to 10 people a week. But there's no guarantee on that, and there's no guarantee what kind of mood these people are going to be in when they're coming in and out of here. Due to her highly sensitive nature of her work, I don't think that this should be approved in a residential setting where you have close houses with small children. This is not a business park. This is a neighborhood where people want to build their homes and families and lives. And I see in your limitations, your guides, and your standards that you follow, traffic conditions and facilities is one of the things, but also the effect of the proposed use upon the peaceful enjoyment of people in their homes. And I think you can see by the people that have shown up today that this is really going to affect people that live around here, that have to deal with this and have to worry about what's going on next door. Who's coming in? Who's coming out? It's disturbing to think about what could happen. And she has no guarantee that anything's going to happen. I have no guarantee that something is going to happen. But we don't have to go poke the hornet's nest. We can say no based on these guidelines and keep people safe in our neighborhood and not have to worry about it. like I said, something may never happen. And I understand that, but something could. And who's liable at that point? Will the county be liable because they approved this? Will she be liable? Will all of you be liable? Or no? You approve this and it goes out the door and your hands are clean. I pray that if you do approve it and something never happens, that nothing is ever on your consciences because of this. I will give you the deeds to the neighborhood. I know, you guys don't have a say over it, but I'll give it to you so you can read.
Okay, and Mr. Dixon, did you,
I'm just calling it Wilson Exhibit 2.
okay, so we'll accept Wilson Exhibit 1 and Wilson Exhibit 2 into evidence.
I also have a map here, and it's hard to read, but highlighted in pink is the 1880 Lakeland Drive, and all these green dots are homes with children or grandkids that are often there as well.
Okay, so we'll label that Wilson Exhibit 3 and accept that into evidence.
And I implore the board to please do some of your own research. I could sit here and tell them blue in the face with articles showing you of patients who have attacked social workers or attacked other people in professional settings or outside of them. I brought articles last time and they were kind of dismissed by the administrator in his review, so I didn't really see a point in bringing more articles, but please do your own homework on this. Don't just wash your hands of it and make a decision and go away. So that's all I gotta say. And I want to thank all my neighbors for coming out and everybody who made long trips here to voice your opinions on something that doesn't matter to you.
Wait a minute, Mr. Wilson, you don't get off that easy, stay there at the microphone. Any question of his testimony, and questions of his testimony only? Go ahead, Mr. Albertini. Go to the microphone, though. We want to record every one of your words.
Christina Albertini, I just wanted to know what made you think that that it's not important to me. I live in this area as well. It's very important to me. I'm not in your neighborhood, but I'm very close. And I'm very close to the neighborhood, and I'm concerned about her as well, and I have every confidence that her work, I am. And I'm here to tell you, in 10 years, I've never had a problem living right next door to her. I live closer than you do.
Okay,
than you do now.
but
I live much closer. Yeah, I do
The conversation has gone beyond what our scope is here, so.
That was my question, yeah. Okay, thank you.
May I ask a
No,
question?
not yet. Do you have a question of his testimony?
Yes, in reference to the initial hearing, which I understand now that whatever was discussed in the initial hearing will not be a part of this hearing. Is that correct?
Yes. Whatever's presented today is a part of the hearing.
We have no case.
I feel that somehow we've got to be able to get some of that information. There's a lot of our neighbors that could not attend to it. How does it still work? But a majority of the community in the Heights don't want this to occur. And he just mentioned earlier that
And I understand your concerns there, but we're here to look at this according to today's zoning code, okay? And that's our premise. We've gotten into discussions about mental health and way beyond my pay grade, okay? I'm a farmer, I don't understand that. I'm gonna be very honest with you, and I'm glad I don't understand that.
the point I'm making, he just mentioned that yes, stuff that's included in the deed, i.e. this is a residential area, the use is residential only, that has to be resolved by the community.
That is correct.
Does not want this to occur.
That should be the end of it.
Yeah, so, again, I'm not, I guess I wasn't clear enough. We are here to either approve or disapprove a professional office at 1880 Lakeland Drive. And all the other external issues, that doesn't concern us. That's throwing mud in the water. So, and we need to look at that based on the code that is in there today. We heard testimony about previous codes and doctor's offices. Maybe that was a code 20 years ago, maybe there was bad advice, but we're working on today's code, okay? So that's what we're doing. Okay, any questions of Mr. Wilson's testimony?
I have one question.
Okay, Ms. McMillian.
Mr. Wilson, has there been any incident regarding any of my clients since I've been working there since the approval, to your knowledge?
I wasn't aware that you had clients in there because this was under appeal.
It has been approved at this point, correct?
It was.
Okay.
And there wasn't an injunction to stop that. So after the written decision from the zoning administrator, she was entitled to do that.
Okay. I was under the impression the appeal put a hold on that.
No.
Okay.
Did you answer the question?
I mean, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I'd have to kind of think back about something, so.
Okay.
Oh, I do have our petition from the previous
Oh,
hearing. Since you guys don't have it, I will submit that to you guys too.
so we'll accept that into evidence, and that'll be Wilson number 4, Mr. Dixon?
Wilson Exhibit 4.
Okay, Mr. Caldwell, I think, has a question.
No, I don't, sir.
Oh, you don't? Okay. You gave me that look. So, any other questions of,
I have one question. William McMillian, are all the signatures on that petition from the neighborhood?
No, not all of them.
This seems to be a neighborhood issue. Why would you go outside the neighborhood for signatures on a petition?
Well, there are families of people in the neighborhood that are on there that come into the neighborhood and have grandchildren in the neighborhood or children in the neighborhood. So I would say that directly affects them.
okay, go to the microphone. No. Sit down. I've identified the hand behind you. Okay, please identify yourself. No, just stay there because this is supposed to be a question of your testimony. So identify yourself, please.
My name's Elizabeth McMillian. I'm Lauren's mom. And I have a question. Were you the one who took the petition around?
Yeah, me and my wife took the petition around. It was emailed around.
Okay. And I have a question for you. So when you took the petition around, I haven't seen the petition, but did you express your concern about the terrible possibility that bad things could happen in the neighborhood from the clients? Well, when you presented the petition, did you ask people if they were concerned about having potential patients that could cause harm or, I guess, go berserk in the neighborhood and cause a problem?
I laid out what was told to me by the administrator before the hearing about the nature of the business.
Thank you.
It's all right, pass it on.
Okay, board members? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Any other testimony? Ms. McMillian, and please state your first name.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I did. Elizabeth McMillian.
Okay,
Again, my daughter's Lauren, and my husband is the co-owner of the property there. And I have to tell you, Lauren looked for a long time for the house and the property of her dreams so she could raise her chickens and also have a place where she could raise a family. And it seemed to be the perfect spot for that. The understanding was part of the reason that my husband is a co-owner, whenever we get to the assisted living stage, that we could move in with her. And many of the neighbors have probably seen us when we kind of come up from Virginia. It's about a 5-hour drive, but we do help her as much as we can with yards and things like that. But the understanding is there's a good chance we're going to be moving in with them. The thing is, there's no way, if we were the least bit concerned of any kind of problem, safety, any kind of issues that would be going on with that. And they researched quite a bit about this. There is no, from what we understand, community association registered with Carroll County, if I'm not correct. Lauren, can I ask her if...
You're giving testimony.
Oh, sorry. Okay, well, it's my understanding, when I talked to her and my husband, when they went through the piles of paper, when they were filling out for settlement and everything, there was no charter that said this. We would have seen it, and probably that would have been a flag. So we'd like to see a copy of that charter also. And I know from living back in Howard County, 30 years ago when we had a deed, there was a deed that was written in there that, it sounds terrible, but there was like no African Americans allowed in our neighborhood. But that was 30 years ago, and we know zoning laws change and they kind of reflect the current situation. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions of Ms. McMillion's testimony? I'm sorry, you have to go to the microphone so we can get it recorded. Okay, and again, questions of her testimony.
Pete Abiera. You mentioned that.
No, stay at the microphone, please. There you go. Don't do the two-step backwards.
She mentioned that they located the house. It was a perfect neighborhood for raising children, for having a garden, for raising chickens. Yes, that's what we all moved out there for. Okay, not to run commercial operations. We're out there to, and I think chickens is illegal also, but who cares?
No, they're not.
But we wanted to raise kids and garden and maintain a family environment. No commercial operations. There are people that run businesses out of their home, but no business that requires anybody to come into the community. So, and I met you when you were cutting grass for the first time. On the tractor. Welcome. We'd love to have you as neighbors, but we don't want business people there, especially with mental health issues. They need help.
Okay, questions, again, you're giving testimony.
I agree, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Am I done?
Board members, any questions of Ms. McMillion?
No.
Thank you.
Very good. Wait a minute. Ms. Albertini did have her hand up.
I'm good. It was answered during that last questioning.
Okay, very good. Go ahead, sir. And please identify yourself.
Yes.
Name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
William Barron, Barron. I'm at 1880 Lakeland Drive. My occupation, I sold my auto parts business when we moved. I just wanted to say that I live there at the residence with Lauren McMillion. We haven't had any issues since being approved. We didn't have any issues when she lived with me on the Eastern Shore for a year and a half of private practice. And I heard a lot of testimony and was privy to what went on in the last hearing. And it all seems to be based upon, fear and emotion. But the reality is that Lauren, has met all the provisions within the law, as is evidenced by the previous decision. She has just as much right as both of us do to that property to use it in our own pursuit of liberty and happiness. And that is part of her life, is her occupation. And, you hear a lot of, well, what if this happens, what if that happens, and we fear for our children, and I understand, but we also have a plan to raise a family there. And it's all of the provisions are met as far as we have ample parking. There's literal football fields of space between our home and the other homes. So there's no issues as far as, any kind of extra traffic or extra people coming to the house. There's probably more people who come for deliveries to the homes in the neighborhood than she will see in patients. But these same arguments that you've heard here today have been applied to other things throughout history. Jim Crow laws, redlining. And the reality is that people with mental health issues are a protected category. And what I'm hearing these neighbors ask is for you to discriminate against them based off of that. And not only is it illegal, but it's immoral. What comes next? Are we going to scan everybody that moves into the neighborhood to see if they have mental health issues, or maybe not even a diagnosis? I've seen a therapist myself. Does that make me dangerous? Does that label me as somehow a higher risk? I don't think so. And I think that it's wrong to pursue that type of thinking. And as you've said before, we're here to discuss something based on the Carroll County Code, and Lauren has met all of those criteria.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Barrow's testimony? Okay. Ms. Wilson, can you come to the microphone?
I think the question is, I guess, kind of for both of them. Talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Why out of your home when you have the other options of sole telework, which is the way of the world now, or renting an office space?
I mean, do you want to respond? I mean, you don't have to, but do you want to respond to that?
The question is not mine to really respond to. It's her practice.
That's what I said, for both of them.
Ms. McMillian, do you want to respond? You don't have to, because it's supposed to be of his testimony.
Yes, I do understand. I just was with the point of the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and since he's also a resident, maybe he can answer as to why it's a benefit.
I mean, the only thing that I could say to that is that it's within her rights. And it's, for her to exercise her rights to do so is part of her own liberty.
Okay.
May I answer as well?
If you would like, you don't have to.
In some cases, especially under the psychodynamic theory, it is clinically appropriate to have a home-based office, which is actually what the profession did as the gold standard since the beginning. It's only within the last 10, 15 years that we've moved primarily to a clinic setting for private practice therapy.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Barrow's testimony?
I think it's Barron.
Barron?
Barron, yes. Mhm.
Yeah, my N and my W there when I wrote it down, sorry. Okay, thank you, Mr. Barron. Any other testimony?
Kelly Holloway. I just wanted to speak to Lauren's professionalism as part of the code to speak to opening a professional office. I have known her in the capacity of a social worker, both as her lower licensure and her current senior licensure, for about 5 years now. And I can honestly say there is no one more professional, in my opinion, than Lauren McMillian. She crosses every T, she dots every I, as evidenced by her applying for this permit for zoning than just opening the business out of her home. As we can tell, it seems like many neighbors were not even aware since she got her approval that she'd even been seeing her patients at her home legally. And as you can hopefully tell, she is very well versed in multiple theories as a therapist. And I believe, as Mr. Barron said, that she deserves her right to use her property as is hopefully legally allowed if the original decision is upheld. Thank you.
Wait a minute, stay right there. Any questions of Ms. Holloway's testimony? Board members? Thank you. Mr. McMillian, you had your hand raised first. I'm sorry, I'll get to you back there, I promise.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. McMillian.
I think we all want the same thing here. We want a safe place for all our families and, sorry, I'm getting emotional. I understand parents being concerned about their children and their health, but this is my child right here. And if she was doing anything that I thought was unsafe, I wouldn't allow it. And I just want, I understand what the neighbors are saying, but Lauren, as just demonstrated by her supervisor, and has crossed every T. I mean, she is totally dedicated to her profession. And if there were any evidence at all of danger to her or any of the neighbors, I just wouldn't allow it. And like I said, I'm co-owner there. It just won't happen, and it will not happen if I have anything to do with it, you know. And that's all I'd like to say.
Okay, any questions of Mr. McMillian's testimony? Board members? Thank you, Mr. McMillian. Okay, back there in the right. Yes. I can't remember your name now.
Anna Maria Barabbas.
Or Barabbas, yes.
I am also a licensed clinical social worker. I have been one for the past 8+ years, and I have known Lauren, I believe, for the last 7 of those years. First as a colleague that I quickly learned to respect, and then as a dear friend. She is somebody that I truly admire and is incredibly brave. At the height of the COVID pandemic, she quit her job to open her private practice, believing that in that capacity, she would be better able to serve her clients. When I heard that, I think one of the first questions I asked was, are you safe? How are you going to do this in your own home? Because we heard what you said, and I think we all feel the same. We all want to be safe, and we all have, even as social workers, unfortunately, we still think that, you know, part of this profession may be unsafe. However, that is largely unfounded if we look at the statistics. We had a conversation about, you know, the measures that she would take to be safe, and a year later, not only has she not had any issues, but she has helped me open my own private practice. I also operate out of my own home. The difference is that my practice is fully virtual. However, we talk about safety constantly. First of all, our own safety, and of course the safety of the ones around us, whether it's family, friends, neighbors. I would like to address a few things in terms of security. I know security was mentioned at one point. HIPAA does not allow us to have any type of security. We can't videotape anybody. I think there has to be certain provisions to do so. If any of you sees a therapist, whether in private practice or in a clinical setting, look around you, even in the waiting area. You will not see any cameras because they are not allowed. You're protected by HIPAA. The other thing was Lauren, like myself, like Kelly, we are governed by a board, the Board of Social Work Examiners. Every 2 years, we have to resubmit a bunch of paperwork to maintain our license current. And that is how we stay. We stay current, and that is also the avenue that one would take in case something were to happen. So in case there, somebody were to make a complaint against a clinician. As you know, you read what her license said. Her license, Lauren's license is current, and there's also no issues there. So nobody has ever made any complaints against her, and I think that speaks to her work ethic as well. I forgot, I'm sorry. The other thing that I wanted to address was the traffic. As far as I know, and I like to think that I know Lauren's business fairly well, to say that she is not doing any type of group work, which means that she will see one person at a time. So whether it would be me visiting my dear friend, followed by Kelly visiting her an hour later, or two clients back to back going to her house, you would not see more than one extra car in the community at one time. I don't know much about football, but I do know in my community every Sunday there's an increase in the traffic in my community as friends and family come to watch football together. What's to say that that is not a bigger issue than one extra car, one person seeking help from a trained mental health professional? Thank you.
Okay, any question of Ms. Barabbas' testimony? Okay, go to the microphone. Mr. Wilson?
Yes, you mentioned she quit her job and started her business during the pandemic. But she mentioned as a neighbor for 8 years, she never saw anything, had any problems with the business over there for 8 years. So I'm just trying to figure out the timeline on how long she's had her own business and how long you were living there next to her with this business.
I believe Lauren had lived in Hebron for a number of years, which I'm not exactly sure about. I don't know how long you have been neighbors, but I do know that she has had her private practice for the past 2 years, meaning for at least a year or around the year and a half. She did operate out of her Hebron home while neighbors with Tina.
No. You're out of order.
Tina and Lauren were neighbors for 8 years. I am allowed to answer, right? Tina and Lauren were neighbors for 8 years.
Yeah.
And a year and a half of that, Lauren worked as operating her private practice out of her home. However, during the entire 8-year span, Lauren has been a social worker working with the same traumatic, with the same clients with clients with the same disorder, the same depression, same PTSD, dissociative disorder, and in that time, as far as to the best of my knowledge, there have not been any issues in the neighborhood as well.
Okay. Hold that thought. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. We're gonna go back, we're gonna call the BZA meeting back to order. Ms. Barabbas, you wanna go back to the microphone? Any other questions of Ms. Barabbas's testimony? Ms. Miller? Or Ms. Wilson, I'm sorry.
Just to confirm, with your licensing and your title, if your patient load, dynamic, whatever changes, I know you guys are regulated by the Board of Social Work, but you don't submit that to the board, correct?
Submit what?
That your patient list, your clientele, do you submit that for operating outside the home?
It's just like a hospital. The hospital doesn't submit to the medical board the list of their patients. We don't submit a list of patients. That would violate the law.
There's somebody, but within a hospital, somebody's monitored, like those records are still monitored. That's not monitored by the individual physician.
They're monitors and they keep track that this is the list of patients, which is exactly what we have, only it's a one-man operation. 20 people that I track of, I don't have a separate person doing that.
So so you don't have to submit it if you start to see 30 people, or if you start to see a different type of clientele, correct?
No.
Okay, that's just what I wanted to know.
That's correct, but it's not just us, that's everyone.
But the difference between a hospital and a private residence?
It's not a difference because the hospital does not submit it to the American Physicians Association. They just keep a record of it to see who's current and who's not.
But the physician is protected and employed by the hospital, and that's who they're operating under, that's who they're,
Right, and we have malpractice insurance, which covers us, so we're protected just as a physician is in a hospital.
but it's private, like you said.
Right.
You
So
know.
the malpractice insurance for private practitioners works just as the hospital, however the hospital protects its employees. It's
Sure.
the same mechanism.
Sure, but I'm not talking about malpractice, I'm just talking about for your business, you don't have to, you're your employer, right, essentially? So-
I'm gonna stop this questioning because, again, we're not concerned with any of that. We're concerned with a professional office at 1880 Lakeland Drive. And the questioning here does not go to that point. Okay? Okay, does anyone else have any questions of Ms. Barabbas's testimony? Okay, you can have a seat. Anyone else have any testimony?
Jesus.
But you had testimony one time, right?
Twice.
Before the line's down, I don't have any further testimony, but I do have a question.
Okay, could you go to the microphone? I'm sorry, because we need to get, if there are questions, we absolutely positively need to have them recorded.
Only question that I have for the board is how many other businesses have been authorized in our community by the board?
And I don't know the answer to that. And Mr. Voigt, do you know, and you don't have to answer, but I mean, do you know?
I don't have any idea at the time. I would have to research records and everything, but as far as I can remember, in the last 13 years that I've been the administrator, I think this has been the only request for the accessory use for a physician's office in that neighborhood.
Okay.
How about any business?
In the 13 years I've been administrator, I cannot think of any other business
Okay, thank you.
in that neighborhood.
Okay. Very good. Presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summation is in order. Ms. McMillian, do you have any summation comments that you would like to make before we deliberate the case?
No, I just appreciate your time.
Okay, very good. The hearing and record of this case is now closed. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Board members, who wants to start?
I'm going to start. I think we've had this basic kind of question multiple times. The office in a community neighborhood. And we have approved various professions in a community neighborhood. We have one under consideration right now. going to be heard in the second hearing on October 5th at 9 a.m. if you'd like to join us. It seems to me that this is similar to others that we've heard and approved. And my sense is, when the zoning administrator initially ruled on this, he granted an approval for a professional office. And I said to myself, that should be a pretty simple case. Well, it is a simple case, except it's laden with community opposition, because people say repeatedly to us, we support mental health treatment, just not in my neighborhood. Well, we can't live with that, because that's not what our board is asking us to rule on. Is it appropriate? Is it legitimate? I agree with the zoning administrator's original determination, and I intend to vote in support of that.
Mr. Caldwell.
I see a couple of issues here that have been floating around. The first one was this constant reference by people who are concerned about it being a physician. It's a professional office. It references in the code people who are licensed, such as physicians, realtors, and insurance agents. These are three entirely different occupations. The common thread is that they're licensed, and that then sets them as a professional. That's it, plain and simple. Any reference to being a doctor or whatever is not relevant whatsoever. The second thing is, there was a document handed to us and entered in evidence, which is the deed for the Lakeland Heights community. One gentleman said that the land in the said tract is only to be used for residential purposes, but you didn't read far enough. Further down in that paragraph, it says, any part of any dwelling now or herein erected or said land may be used, but only in conjunction with a residential use as a physician's, dentist, chiropractors, attorneys, or accountant's office for the treatment of patients, or for the practice of said professions to the extent permitted by the applicable zoning laws of Carroll County. Plain and simple. Okay? If you got an issue with it, then you're going to have to deal with your own deed right off the top. She's entitled to it, not only under the county code, but also under her deed in the documents. I'm in favor of it.
Thank you.
Ms. Ford-Mount.
So I completely understand the neighbor's concern about the people that may or may not come into their neighborhood. I heard the word guarantee on both sides, and the truth is there is no guarantee. You can't guarantee your patients, but you can't guarantee that there's going to be any kind of issue as well. And that's scary for everyone, because we want things to be in control. Unfortunately, for me, because I don't necessarily completely agree, but I can't not agree because it's in our code. I would hope that there is respect and communication between the neighbors, that they could help people. And I agree with Mr. Simmons that we all think it's important, but then when it gets in our own neighborhood, it gets a little in the gray area. But I would have to agree and allow for the professional office.
Ms. Eckert.
I think it's pretty simple and clear cut. It's permitted by zoning. And I have the utmost respect for Mr. Voigt's opinions, and I am willing to vote to uphold his decision.
Is that it?
That's it.
Well, I want to apologize because we got off track here today. And it's pretty simple what we were here to do. Determine whether to uphold the zoning administrator's approval of a professional office. There were definition issues that everyone stumbled over. This is a professional office. This is an accessory use. And accessory uses are conditioned, or they need to go before this board, well, before the zoning administrator, and this was appealed to our board. The decision of the zoning administrator was appealed to this board. So that's what we're sitting here in judgment with a de novo case. And I think it was articulated on the particulars of the case, exactly what we have to go on. And I see absolutely no reason at all to deny the application as of a accessory use of a professional office at 1880 Lakeland Drive. So with that, board members, do we have a motion?
The motion should not say anything about upholding the zoning administrator's decision. You're looking at
Or
this
de novo.
new.
Okay.
De novo.
So it's approval or disapproval?
I got off on last night.
Okay, Mr. Caldwell.
And, let's see now.
6408.
In case number 6408, before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the accessory use under the applicable regulations 158.071E11 and 158.130.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.